Oh, maybe she's on. Mayor Pro Tem Peterson just texted that she was in the empty room. She's trying again. Making sure that she used the business meeting connection and not the closed session one.
Kathy, I was just preparing for the duration of the meeting. That's just a little cat.
That's not a bad idea. Okay, I've been advised that we are on TV, so we'll get started.
I don't see her trying on the
Perfect.
You're on mute, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
You. Perfect. Had to reconnect my Wi-Fi in my house. Too much pressure on it with school at home and work today. How is everyone?
Good. It's a little bit harder when we have to actually mute, with a technology.
It is. Your hair looks very pretty, by the way, Kathy.
Thank you.
Your hair is beautiful.
It is what it is.
Looks great. And all I see is you, Kathy. I don't see anybody else tonight, but I'll wait for the, yep, I only see you on the wide screen. This is interesting. There's Joanne, and then I see the logo. But it's okay. Are we all here, City Clerk? Are we ready to get started?
Yes.
Okay.
Roll. Councilmember Ham,
Present.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Councilmember Ward,
Present.
and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
I'm here.
We do have one public comment about the closed
Okay.
section. Okay.
All right, let's hear that.
This is an anonymous comment, and they write, "Thank you for sharing James Maxinoff's attorney letter. It is shocking that he would attempt to claim retaliation and wrongful termination when it was him and his assistant Eric's son that pushed out and retaliated against so many long-term and loyal employees. Honestly, it is unbelievable and disgusting. Since there is no basis for his claim, I would hope that council would not pay him off, and more importantly, make him reveal his sham accusations for the community to review. Please hire a new and capable city manager as soon as possible and help this community heal. With new council members, I am hopeful this can finally happen." And that's all I have, unless Deputy City Clerk Campanolo has received something else.
Do we have anything else? Any other comments?
No, that's all.
Okay. All right. Well, good enough. let's see what time it is. It's 5:05. I just want to make actually just ask a couple questions of the city attorney about an item regarding the James Maxinoff letter. City attorney, if you can, could you let me know if this is sufficient notice for this item to be heard tonight? I don't see the two names of the parties, because we obviously know that James Maxinoff's attorneys had sent us this letter in mid-August, right? And it doesn't say the city of San Clemente is the other party, like it would typically say James Maxinoff versus the city of San Clemente. Is that sufficient notice, city attorney, under the government code section 549-569D2?
Yes, Tim and counsel, this matter is not a lawsuit yet. It's a threat. When that threat happens, if it's related to a document, it gives rise to the need to consult in closed session, then the document must be linked to the agenda, and that did occur in this matter. The second matter is related to an internal personnel matter. That employee is not made public or any kind of public demand of their claim, and so that one, in interest of their privacy, has also been noticed, but it doesn't relate to a particular document.
Okay, thank you. And also regarding this item, I'd like to request that you, city attorney, and interim city manager Erickson, recuse yourself from that topic in the closed session. As we know, you had tendered this claim to the CJPIA. They have their own lawyer, Liz Kessel, who is very capable, and she could handle this along with the CJPIA representative. And just, you know, you're very close, both of you are very close to James Maxinoff, and you know, I had worked here before, so you are all friends, and it'd probably be for the best for everybody for us to be most objective there. So I'd like to recommend that.
Madam Pro Tem, I'm obligated by contract to represent the council in litigation, even where special counsel's engaged, and so, and I don't think Mr. Sund has any kind of financial interest. So if I were you, I'd suggest you make that as a motion, and then it would be up to the council as a body to decide what.
Yes. Yes, and I'd like that duly noted, City Clerk, on the minutes when these are prepared. Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion that, well, first, City Attorney, thank you for your opinion on the noticing. I appreciate you providing that. Secondly, I'd like to make a motion that City Attorney Scott Smith and Assistant City Manager / Interim City Manager recuse themselves for the item of James Maxinoff in discussing his complaint with their legal counsel for CJPIA, Liz Kessel, and the CJPIA rep with counsel. So, do I have a second?
I'll make a substitute motion that we adjourn to closed session.
I'll second that.
Okay, and before we vote on that, City Attorney, that motion of mine obviously fails, and the substitute motion will go, but I need to first make sure the City Attorney doesn't have any other announcements to make regarding any of these items prior to us adjourning to closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you for asking that, Mayor Pro Tem. All the disclosures necessary are included in the printed agenda tonight.
Okay, very good.
There may be action taken that we need to report, and we'll do that as usual as soon as you reconvene the business session.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so we had a motion by Councilmember Ham to adjourn to closed session, a second by Councilmember Ward. City Clerk, would you take the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ham.
Aye.
Councilmember James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
That carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. See you in closed session. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. City Clerk, are you on the line?
I am.
Hi. Can you go ahead and we'll call this meeting to order?
Yes. Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ham. Okay.
Well, maybe we'll just give him a couple, well, he'll come on. We'll continue with the roll call.
Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ward.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
I'm here.
Okay, so we have a quorum, but Councilmember Ham is not present.
Okay, well, let's go ahead at this point, do the Pledge of Allegiance. And do we have anyone near a flag at the moment? No? I can grab a flag, a little one, but let me go ahead and do that. Pardon me one moment. I'll grab a flag. Okay, I'm here. It's a small flag, but it will do the trick. So please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
it stands,
One
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, City Clerk?
Yes, the first item on the agenda is a toll road update.
Okay, and who do we have to do the toll road update tonight?
I could do that and see if Councilmember James has anything to chip in.
Okay, perfect.
The city of San Clemente, excuse me, I'm having trouble with my camera. Okay, the city of San Clemente conducted a town hall to update our residents on transportation issues in South County and the city's efforts on preventing a toll road from going through our city. Rancho Mission Viejo has asked for an arterial to connect to La Plata, which is a county arterial, and there will be studies done on that to see what impacts, if any, that will have on the region. For anyone that wants to look at the town hall and check out what we talked about, it is on our website. And that's all I have for my
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember James, do you have anything to add?
I think the only thing I have to add is whatever is being planned by Rancho Mission Viejo and the county. I think it goes without saying the city will insist on having a seat at that table, because that it will be in our sphere of influence and in all likelihood touch our town boundary, our city boundary for a distance of probably about 800 feet. So we have to stay on top of that, and we haven't agreed to anything. The only thing that's occurring right now is a grant that's going forward with the in order for there to be an environmental impact report. And that's the only thing that we have agreed to at this point.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. I put together just a few questions I think that would be helpful for the public, because as you know, we did send a letter on October 21st to the Orange County Public Works Director regarding exactly what you had stated pertaining to the planning and environmental. But I'm not sure who could answer some of these questions, but I think it would be helpful for the public to know, because I did go to the city's toll road information page, and it's very out of date. In fact, the arterial 22 information isn't on there, and I can see why there was some alarm in the community when I did share this letter, this public letter with the people. So first I just wanted to ask, just again for edification, what's the current official status of the TCA extension past its current location? And I did watch the virtual toll road town hall, by the way. Very, very good job, Council Members Ward and James. So Perhaps Councilmember Ward, you could answer that just for the public. What's the current official status of the TCA extension past its current location?
I would ask if Scott Smith would answer that question, please.
Sure, Scott, could you do so?
Sure. The TCA tabled in early this year its study of that extension, but it has been unwilling to agree to a settlement in the litigation or to statute that would bar its consideration or construction of that extension in the future. But for now, they've paused it, but they've been unwilling to cede their authority to put a freeway through San Clemente in the future.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Now, what if TCA wanted to do that? Say a future board changed its mind, for instance, maybe rescinded the past board's resolution, which we know it can be possibly done. What steps would TCA have to take?
Well, they would, I presume, dust off the original study because that was noticed as a Caltrans initiation document, and then start advancing that again. Require an environmental impact report, and which they had scoped, and then project approval.
Right. Okay. Well, that's so we have some at least we can sleep at night knowing that you know there is an arterial route that has been voted on unanimously by the TCA board and will not cut through San Clemente, and we'll do everything we can to continue to support that and ensure that, which is on its way, which is positive. Now, I guess I want to ask about the BBK. I know we have engaged with BBK, not we, but you know the prior councils to fight this these most disastrous, right, impactful alternatives, which were number 13, 14, and 17, and successfully they're gone, right? They're gone now. What is the status of the contingent fee? Because I know it was up to $90,000. And has BBK won, lost, or is it ongoing? Whatever you can share publicly.
Yeah, the contingent fee arrangement is ongoing. The case has been through several phases. They're complicated. I'm not really ready to give you the case history, except that there were motions to dismiss our case based on standing and several other grounds. Those were defeated. Yeah. Right now, it looks like the case is set for hearing. The court has been a little bit unclear about when it might be ready to hear the case, but we expect it will be in the first quarter of next calendar year.
Mayor,
Okay.
Can I do a
and
point?
I just have, excuse me, not, I have just one more question.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a point of order.
Just please, go ahead, make your point of order, and then I'll have my last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone has their mic open, and it's causing a lot of disturbance where I can't hear.
Okay. Can we close our mics if we don't have them closed? Looks like I have mine open because I've been asking questions.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, no, yours was muted.
Mine was muted. I'm trying to be respectful, and there I go messing up. Could you let us know, like, who will be just building the roads and how they'll be funded? What funding mechanism? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Just real quickly, and Councilmembers Ward and James could augment this if they want. The proposal right now that the county is pursuing is to have the county act as lead agency on Los Patrones Parkway. There'd be participation by the ranch. What their shares of that are is a matter of open communication. The county would also be looking for funding for the roadway from OCTA for sure, and possibly from other sources, which might include the state, federal funding sources, federal infrastructure, and there's the possibility that TCA might contribute to the funding somewhere down the road. But the project being scoped right now is an open county arterial that would not be subject to retooling as a freeway and would not be able to be closed to be used as a tollway. That's what the county has on the table right now.
Okay, thank you, Scott. So you mentioned possibly TCA, some funds will be used in a mix to fund this possibly. Should people be worried about that in our community?
Well, when TCA's been involved before, it was cause for worry. But I don't know if their funding per se would be cause for concern or not.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Scott. And just one more comment I have, or question of the interim city manager, Mr. Sund. Could you please, either you or have staff update the toll road information page on the city website? I know I sent you a couple of emails, but I hadn't heard back, but we're missing a lot of information on there. In fact, the last statement from the city, statement meaning letters or resolutions, is from 2017 in April. So quite a lot has happened since then. And I know this council's had some correspondence, and tonight we'll be considering a resolution. So all of that, please put that up on that toll road information page on the website, along with the recent town hall, because it wasn't on there either. And I was referring people to there. That would be really great. Could you do that, Mr. Sun? Then it brings all up to date, and then nobody's surprised anymore when we actually share some things.
So we are working on revamping that page and updating it and refreshing it.
Perfect.
I want to stress that our Toll Road Town Hall and the other pertinent meetings are always available on our YouTube channel first and foremost. So they're available there, but when we get done refreshing that page, we'll include links for those previous town hall meetings as well.
Good, thank you. And please be sure to include all the letters and the resolutions as well under the city statements portion to keep people apprised of everything that's happening. There's been so much, and really positive too, for us. So anyway, thank you very much. Any other questions regarding the toll road update or any public comments on this, City Clerk?
I have a comment.
Member James, please.
So it's not over until it's over, and I truly believe that the TCA continues to be a clear and present danger for our community. If they had no intentions of driving this scar of concrete and steel through our community, why in the world would they have opposed and spent money opposing Pat Bates's SB 1373? I don't think we should trust him. I don't trust him. And I think we will need to have a relationship with them. But this is going to be a trust but verify relationship. I still have grave concerns on their intentions. And Mayor Pro Tem, I think your question was well founded. It was, how do we know we're safe from the TCA? Well, the fact is we do not. And this is why we need to keep our guard up, to keep hammering away at it, because if we don't, we could very well see Route 14 pop up. And the last thing I would like to say is whatever Rancho Mission Viejo has planned to connect to La Plata, the one thing we need to stop doing is referring to it as Route 22. We just can't. It is not Route 22. It will never be Route 22. On a personal basis, I object to even calling it Los Patrones Parkway Extension. So with that, I'll be quiet. But I think we need to continue to be ever vigilant with the TCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I have a question of you. Why would you not want it to be called Alternative 22? I'm just for my own edification. Is there a problem with it being called Alternative 22?
Absolutely. That would indicate that it's a TCA project, and it's absolutely not a TCA project.
Okay.
So, Councilmember
Alright.
James, thank you for that point. It was something that I was going to clarify for Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. She called it number 22 and said that TCA had advanced that What we're going through now, Mayor Pro Tem, is a regular county planning process for a county arterial. It is Rancho Mission Viejo that has asked for this amendment to the MPA and asked for the arterial. It is not being advanced by the TCAs. So I would agree that this is not number 22. That is a process that TCA stopped, and for our residents, it needs to be called what it is, which is Los Patrones Parkway Extension.
Los Patrones Parkway's Extension, that's what we will call it. Perfect. And yeah, so I think we're good to go, and good comments at the closure of the last meeting, assuring people that this is not one more leg in an extension to the I-5. So thank you for confirming that with the folks who watched that. We'll continue to watch that now that it's up on the website. So thank you. Great updates tonight. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk?
No, we don't.
Real quick, I'd like to make a couple comments.
Yes, Councilmember Ham, please.
First off, Gene, I just want to say thank you for your very strong words this evening. Hey, buddy, hold on. Sorry, I'm watching my son tonight. Gene, thank you for your strong words against the TCA and against the, I think, how do you put it, a scar of concrete and rebar through our community forever. I think that's factually accurate of what would happen. There's a misconception out there in our community that the toll road is dead for some reason. I don't know who's perpetrating this misunderstanding of the situation, but it's absolutely not dead. I want to commend everybody on their hard work. I never imagined when we started down this path 6 years ago, when, I think Tim Brown was the mayor, and we met with the CEO of the TCA, and he brought this idea to us, and we were in absolute shock that I'd be sitting here today 6 years later still trying to explain to people, one, that it's very much alive, and two, we need to continue to fight. So with that, I'd just like to ask Scott, just for clarification, our city attorney. Scott, are we today protected from the toll road building and extension through the city of San Clemente?
No, we're not, based on their assertion of statutory authority. I mean, Councilmember James mentioned this, and I wished I'd said it in my answer earlier, and that's that there were stakeholders very concerned about the extension of a freeway through San Onofre and the state park and the San Mateo Creek watershed. TCA and its state partners were willing to, in a settlement agreement and in a statute, to foreclose the damage that would have entailed. And it made sense when this all started that similar protections could be provided to San Clemente open space and natural resources. And because TCA has failed to provide those assurances and has in fact been litigating its prerogative not to provide them, no, I don't sleep well because you would think that if they had truly abandoned that opportunity, they would have stipulated to the same protections on our side of the county line as they did on the south side. And why they won't do that is a mystery to me, and I think to you as my client.
Scott, thanks for clarifying that the toll road is absolutely not dead and has not been stopped from coming through the city of San Clemente. My hope is that the future council, and it sounds like at least 2 of the 3 of the council members that are on currently, are supportive of spending whatever money necessary to ensure the TCA does not build its worst option, which is the one that not only comes right through the middle of town through multiple communities, but when it connects to the I-5 freeway, it constitutes an extension or a widening of the freeway that'll take out multiple churches, restaurants, businesses, and potentially part of El Camino Real. And so I hope everybody sees the seriousness and the threat in the TCA coming through San Clemente, and I thank you for your continued fight.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. All right, thank you very much for all the great comments tonight, and we'll turn it over to the city clerk.
The next item on the agenda is CityNet update and homeless issue, and Deputy City Clerk Campanolo has at least one comment on this.
Okay, let's hear that.
Okay, this comment is from Isabel Ignacio. My name is Isabel Ignacio, and I'm an Orange County resident and local law student. I'm very eager to see how San Clemente's Joint Homeless Subcommittee will address homelessness in San Clemente. National estimates are that homelessness will increase by 25 to 40% as a result of COVID-19 related loss of income and eviction. With the growing number of individuals and families at risk of becoming homeless, adequate planning is critical. In the last housing element cycle, Subcommittee met less than 50% of its regional needs for very low, and moderate income housing. And Subcommittee developed over 200% of the target above moderate income housing. Failure to create policy to correct this will perpetuate the problem. Thus, the City Council and Subcommittee Joint Homeless Subcommittee should acknowledge and address these issues when finalizing the Subcommittee's 2020-2021 annual work plan. In addressing permanent and temporary housing and shelter solutions, the Joint Homeless Subcommittee must address COVID-19. While the county provided support for over 600 seniors and medically vulnerable people experiencing homelessness through Project Room Key, the program ended last month. Some people were able to transition into Project Tool Belt, but the program will end in December. Housing element update cycle presentations by Subcommittee have shown that more needs to be done to address the lack of affordable housing. As the latest housing element webinar update has shown us, more than 70% of the population of Subcommittee is burdened by housing affordability in Subcommittee. Although the Joint Homeless Subcommittee's 2020 to 2021 work plan touches on public outreach and advisory methods when addressing homelessness, more effective steps are necessary to ensure change is implemented immediately. With the pandemic, the city is in a unique opportunity to support struggling business and reduce homelessness at the same time by using hotels and motels as emergency shelter. To avoid a crisis, the city needs a plan for homelessness prevention and low barrier emergency solutions that do not require the delays of siting, zoning, and building. I look forward to seeing what steps Council and the Subcommittee will take to provide adequate housing for all within the residents of Subcommittee. Thank you for your time. And that's all I have for time.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura, for reading that comment. Okay, do we have our update from CityNet?
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we have Brad Fieldhouse from CityNet here to do the report. So Brad, please, if you would.
I'm here. Can you hear me with a thumbs up just to make sure that you can hear me?
Can hear you.
Perfect, great. Brad Fieldhouse, thank you for the invitation, Council, to give a quick update. I'm the Executive Director and Founder of CityNet. Thanks for the opportunity to give you a little bit of an update, as we have done often from either myself or someone from our team. We are your trusted street outreach partner, working with the city here to make sure that it's using everything humanly possible to partner with those that locally are experiencing homelessness. For my update, I'd like to sort of use the for those of you that maybe are watching online or listening in on this, I'm going to use the dashboard document to describe sort of the process. So this is a document we submit to the city. It's a way that we articulate sort of our work and sort of track and monitor and sort of to the best of our ability, recognizing we're sort of working with, sort of we're working with real people and real lives. And so this is sort of the best way we use industry standards to track our work. So I'll give you a little bit of an update. I'll fly across the numbers, give an update, even an update based on Isabel's comment just a minute ago in terms of Project Tool Belt extension that the county has done. But so we recently increased our time where we're present in the city. We do work on cases all the time, depending on obviously what's going on with those individual cases. But we currently are spending 3 days a week in town, setting appointments, driving around. We work with our partners, obviously the police department. We work with the park rangers. A number of the days that we're there, we're with park rangers, as well as in conjunction with some of the regional partners, FAM, Mercy House, and others that are working across the region. Typically when we come down, just as an FYI, we have 2 people in a transport van, so we do transport when that makes sense to do so. So we send our team down there. There's at least 2. Sometimes the supervisor comes down as well. That's what we're doing when we're down there. Just to kind of track some of the activities and the number, this is a little bit of a snapshot. I'll make reference to October. We sort of, it's kind of a real-time conversation. The truth is some of the folks, for example, when we first showed up, one individual in particular, we've been working with this individual. It's almost a success story. We can't wait to tell you the success story, but it was one of the first people that we bumped into, that we were alerted to, that concerned residents alerted us to. We're still working with that individual. It's quite a complex story, as many of them are. That's not reported, for example, in the data, even though we've been working with them for months and months and months. So we look forward to that being on this dashboard. Sort of the way we track our work is we've had 167 interactions over the last month. Those are sort of meaningful interactions. They could be duplicate numbers. We may talk to somebody over and over and over again over a monthly period, but that's sort of a way of just sort of tracking the meaningful conversations that we have with individuals that come through a lot of different mechanisms, whether that's referred to us or it's a community concern brought to our attention, or it's an appointment we set up. Of those, we actually go out and we actually have sort of sit-down meetings and engagements. Our current caseload is 31. We have 31 individuals that we are actively working with, meaning we are highly engaged with them. They're working with us. We're working with them. Some of those have been housed and or currently in a temporary shelter, meaning we're supporting them in their current bridge situation. Those aren't just people living on the streets per se, but a lot of those are living on the streets. Something of note is we actually have received 39 calls for service into our CityNet outreach line that we track by city, which is we usually average 3 to 4 to 5 to 9. The reason that is sort of, even as the previous Isabel's comment was relayed here, there's a lot of questions out there about individuals either wanting access or wondering what their situation is in their current Project Tool Belt context. So that's creating some conversation. We're getting quite a few contacts about that, or they want to get into the program. They've heard about it. Maybe they sort of missed the first round, or they're wondering if they qualify. So there was a significant uptick. We had 39 phone calls for service last month, which is significantly higher than typically 3 to 10 usually is what we see. Last month we had 4 street exits. That's again, that's not a CityNet term. That's a HUD term that they use to determine somebody went from living in a place that's unsuitable for human habitation. They go into some sort of situation that's got a little bit of at least a 3-month window before we would sort of count it as a success. There's a little bit of there's a plan for them to be successful. Great news is we were able to see 4 more individuals. Again, HUD classifies those. There's about 30 different categories. They're temporary and or permanent, and we acknowledge that, and it's all in the report, but we document those based on sort of the nature of the situation, whatever that might be. So we had 4 last month. I believe I read on, there's 22 people that are utilizing the project room key, which then now is Project Tool Belt. The county has extended that. I know it was scheduled to end in December, and I know the previous comment referenced that. The county has extended that for at least another 3 months. So CityNet is managing that for the North Spa and the Central Spa in Orange County. We are not the provider of that in South Spa. That's the Friendship Shelter. That's the lead on that. Although we do participate every week, we and a number of other agencies all in South County, we represent San Clemente. On a call, we represent the folks we're working with. We do work with agencies across. So weekly, we're comparing essentially a by name list across the county just to make sure that one city's not causing there to be a big influx of folks in another city. We're sort of comparing notes as agencies. We all participate in HMIS, and so we're all sort of part of this cohesive effort to make sure that we can support cities, but also make sure people don't fall through the cracks. So we represent on behalf of San Clemente and the residents that were here in those calls. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the biggest update. Obviously, there's, I agree with, COVID. That's sort of my last comment is sort of reflection on sort of obviously we've kind of gone into another tier of caution around COVID in the community here, and we're sort of kind of re-engaging sort of what that means. As an agency, we remain fully deployed. We've had to deal with quite a bit of quarantining of our staff, but we remain fully deployed in San Clemente and elsewhere. So we'll sort of see what that does. We have no statistics. I know that they quoted sort of 24 to 40% increase in homelessness. We don't have any numbers. I can imagine how that is going to become complicated, but we can't pick up data to support that ourselves yet. But we are hoping that that's not the case. that sort of completes my update. Anybody have any questions that I can entertain?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Fieldhouse. I know you said about 167 interactions, and those could be duplicate, but at this given date in time, how many people do you estimate are experiencing homelessness in San Clemente, living on the street?
Yeah, that's such an interesting question, right? I mean, that's, so one of the indicators is we've identified in this past month 3 new individuals. Now, whether they were from out of town or whether they were recently identified locally, we have 3 new people who came on our radar this month. So I find that a lot of times people are sort of having sort of episodes of homelessness, and they're kind of going in and out. Sometimes that's the case. I do not have information on those individuals. Not that we would share them, their names obviously publicly, but I don't have that information here. We sort of kind of gauge it around sort of how many are in case management. It's somewhere between 30 and potentially up to 69 individuals, depending on if those contacts from outreach were duplicated or not. It's sort of a moving target. Sometimes when we happen to be there, we bump into people who are just passing through town. So it's sort of a moving target. The number we feel most confident about in terms of sort of genuinely reporting numbers is right around 31, because we know we're working with 31 individuals. Most of those are on the streets. Some of those are in a bridge, and hopefully that is a bridge to somewhere. That doesn't always end up being the case, but that's sort of our active caseload is about 31. So probably a little bit more than 31 would probably be, if I had to guess.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fieldhouse. Council members, do you have any questions?
I do.
Please, Councilmember James.
Sir, will you define success for me?
Success for our work or success for homelessness across the board?
Both.
Both. The way I define success is a term that is called functional zero. Functional zero. So functional zero means that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. That for me would be success. Is that we could build a system of care and support that when somebody does experience the unfortunate circumstances that would cause them to lose housing, that would be rare, meaning there would be interventions done in advance that would prevent them from becoming homeless. That'd be one. It would be brief, meaning they would bump into a group like us, they would reach out to a community center, they'd bump into a faith community, that would be brief. Ideally, within 1 year, they would have contact with somebody who would have access to the system of care that exists locally and regionally. And then non-reoccurring, I mean, ultimately is that whatever plan they would go and access as they sort of work their way through restabilizing themselves, that to me is the definition of success. We're always going to have people that fall into difficult circumstances and don't have a safety net like maybe I would have. So for me, that would be success. Now, obviously, there needs to be resources that would support those. So how do we as an organization define success? Is that we actually would see individuals having rare, brief, and non-reoccurring homelessness. Those that we would bump into, we would meet them, whether they've been homeless for less than a year or more than a year, and we'd be able to support them in whatever fashion that means. Build trust, partner with them, make sure that they are getting access to the resources they need and encouraging them to take advantage of those resources. Ultimately, for us, a street exit is we're a street outreach organization. And in the context here, we don't operate a shelter in San Clemente. So for us, it would be a result that is a street exit defined by a temporary or a permanent solution that has at least a window of 3 months of running room. But like my diets or my workout routines, sometimes I start those on an ongoing basis, and then I have to restart them. We don't see that as a failure if somebody falls out of a bridge situation, because we'll meet them again and we'll go around, we'll do it again. So for us, success for us is the way we define it as street exits ultimately. And ultimately the answer to solutions for homelessness is housing. Get people housed.
Okay. So what good does housing do if someone is mentally ill or has drug addictions?
Yeah, well, good question. Great question. I mean, that's part of why rare, brief, and non-reoccurring is a really good thing, because those that have been homeless are for a year and they're living in a tent or, you know, having to use the restroom in a bucket. Those kind of environments cause stress and depression and lead to the things that might have caused them to become homeless aren't the same things necessarily that perpetuate their homelessness.
You know, if we could just get them to use a bucket, I would define that as partial success in San Clemente.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, council members, Ham, Councilmember Ward, do you have any questions?
No questions. I thank you for your report, and it sounds like you are reaching out and making contact with the individuals that we do have in our city that are on the street, and so I appreciate that. That's what we want. We want to offer them services, so I appreciate the update for this month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Ward, and thank you, Mr. Fieldhouse. Who has a question?
Plug in just so the point in time count every year, just in terms of sort of the numbers again, just because that's coming up. CityNet is the provider in Orange County that's the lead unsheltered count. So in January, we will be doing another count. So that is another chance for us to sort of, on a particular window of time, we will go out and we'll reassess sort of a comprehensive. So that's an invitation. You're welcome to come out with us. We're not exactly sure the protocols that are going to be allowed, but we will be doing another detailed focus count in January, last 10 days of January at some point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fieldhouse. And who would people contact to volunteer for that?
They could email us at getinvolved@citynet.org.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
We'll probably come and give you a specific invite and some information at an upcoming council meeting before the end of January.
Okay, very good. Thank you again. Okay, City Clerk.
The next item on the agenda is presentation of a proclamation for Small Business Saturday.
Okay, thank you. And that would be me reading the proclamation tonight. Whereas, according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States, which represent 99.9% of all firms with paid employees in the United States and are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. Whereas small businesses employ 47.1% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 62% of U.S. small businesses reported that they need to see consumer spending return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 in order to just stay in business. 65% of U.S. small business owners said it would be most helpful to their business to have their regulars return and start making purchases again. And 3/4 of U.S. consumers are currently looking for ways to shop small and support their community. And whereas 96% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independently owned businesses supports their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact, and 97% of consumers who
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, you went on mute. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, you're muted.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm having some Wi-Fi issues today, as you saw earlier today, so I apologize. Back to the proclamation, whereas 95% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday reported the day makes them want to shop or eat at small, independently owned businesses all year long, not just during the holiday season. Whereas San Clemente supports its local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. Now, therefore, I, Laura Ferguson, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim November 28, 2020 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. So thank you very much, City Clerk, for putting this together for us tonight. And if you could add that to the website, that would be terrific to let people know so they'll go out and really shop big that day. Thank you.
Next,
All right.
Yes, next on the agenda is oral communications part 1. And we do have some comments.
Oh, perfect. Let's start.
The first comment is from Tiffany O'Brien, and she writes, I'd like to ask the City Council to please put an agenda item on for Cottons Point and Cypress Communities sand replenishment. Next communication is from Bill Enquist. Dear City Council members, as a longtime resident, 1963, and current homeowner in Cypress Shores, I am hoping that you will engage in the fight to save our beaches. For the sake of tourism, as well as our local enjoyment, we would expect serious consideration given to solving this critical issue. Since the city, county, state owns the beaches up to the mean high tide line, we hope you will take this need seriously, especially in light of the fact that our beaches are no longer replenishing themselves via normal river runoff, etc. And he says, I've attached some stunning photo differences from just a short 10 years ago versus today. I would think the railroad is also keenly interested in saving the beaches as they continue to dump massive amounts of rock to try and shore up the railroad. Thank you. The next communication is from Dr. Mike Onaveros. Dear Council Member, I have lived in San Clemente for 23 years. I support our city through both charities and as a patron. My family currently lives in the Cypress Shore community. We have watched the beach from Cottons Point moving to Riviera Beach disappear over the past few years. We have also witnessed a decrease in the sand on the beaches through Beach Road in the Capistrano Beach area. This is a problem that will take years to fix due to government regulations. The time to act on a solution is now. The current City Council will be known for the team to initiate saving or allow the destruction of the beaches that San Clemente has become known for by our residents and tourists. We ask for your help in initiating a plan to get government support in replenishing our beaches before it is more complicated and expensive. Please let me know how you plan to address this issue. Next communication is from Shane Jager. To whom it may concern, I ask that Council agendize a sand replenishment study to be done at Cottons Beach. I'm concerned what the future holds for Cottons Beach if steps are not taken now to remedy the situation. Thank you in advance for your help with this matter. All the best.
All right, the next letter I have is a form letter that we received from several different residents, so I will name off all the residents and then I will read the letter for you. First is from Kamisha and Julian Gates. Next is Kurt Johnson, Deborah Johnson, William Bemis, Sharon and David Baziak, Steve Lang, Al De Jesus, Hicks and Rhoda families, Chris and Tess Nelson, Bailey Bianco Sparks, Vince Bianco, and Patrick Murphy with SMP Environmental Design. And the letter is, Dear Council members, we live in the Cypress Shore community. In 2014, Hurricane Maria initiated the rapid devastation of our beaches here in San Clemente. Since then, every significant swell has continued the process, leading to approximately 90% loss of our beaches. San Clemente is known as a beach town, but soon our city will be known as the beachless town of Southwest OC. Due to governmental restrictions, we are helpless in our community to rectify our situation. The 440 homeowners of Cypress Shore, Cypress Cove, Cottons Point Estates, and the Breakers community seek our city government to defend us in restoring our collective most precious natural resource, our beach. Next is from Kim Randolph. Council members, I live in Cypress Shores community. I'm very concerned about the beach or lack of beach. Our community beach, along with the rest of San Clemente beaches, is in need of restoration or nourishment. Governmental restrictions inhibit our community from acting on our own. Please help us. Next is from Gregory Ray. Honorable members of the San Clemente City Council, my wife and I moved to San Clemente in large part because of the relaxed and friendly culture of the community and the outstanding and accessible beaches. Unfortunately, in the time we've lived here, we have seen the beaches erode significantly. We can no longer enjoy the same beachfront walks we took just a year ago, as the loss of sand has made these areas impassable. I don't know what the city can do to help restore the beaches, our local natural treasure, but if there is an action within your power that could return our beaches to their former glory, I urge you to act. If you don't know what options might be appropriate, I urge you to engage in a formal study of this situation with the help of appropriate subject matter experts. Our entire community benefits from having wonderful beaches, and we should try to preserve and restore them. Greg Ray. Next comment is from Willow Jagger. I ask that council agendize the sand replenishment study to be done at Cotton's Beach. I'm concerned that what the future holds for Cotton's Beach if steps are not taken now to remedy the situation. Thank you for your help with this matter. Next comment is from Allison Vaughn. I currently live in Cypress Shores community and am very concerned about our beaches. We are asking for the city of San Clemente to help us with a sand replenishment study to be discussed at the next city council meeting. If we cannot get the city's help, our beaches will continue to wash away. Thank you. Allison Vaughn.
Next communication is from Marcus and Jennifer Vanneman. Dear council members, we are new residents to the Cypress Cove community and live at 204 Calle Patro. The beauty of the shoreline is a destination for San Clemente visitors and needs to be maintained and preserved. Along with residential enjoyment of the Cotton's Beach, this is a surf destination for tourists and generates revenue for our local businesses. It's been brought to our attention that the continuous swells since the 2014 hurricane season have been eroding the sand at the beaches and destroying the natural landscape. We are asking that you agendize the sand replenishment study at Cotton's Beach. Please prioritize this need before it becomes more challenging to reverse the problem. Thank you. Next is from Alicia Hurd. Dear council members, I'm a proud resident of Southwest San Clemente and a graduate of San Clemente High School. I've traveled the world and have managed both hotels and restaurants abroad and locally in my 20s. The beauty and charm of San Clemente brought me back and eventually is where we have decided to reside and raise our children. However, it is devastating to see what is happening to our beaches. There is barely enough sand real estate by the shoreline for the residents of San Clemente on some of our beaches. Having studied business and tourism, I know that it is essential for the local businesses and economy of San Clemente to preserve and restore the beaches. There is a major need for a prompt call to action in this matter. I'm asking for you to prioritize the need to address this issue, not only for the prosperity of this beautiful beach town, but also for the safety of its residents. In the past few years, I've also noticed the lack of beach in some areas, forcing beachcombers and athletes alike onto the train tracks as a means to travel along the coastline, which we've seen is both dangerous and deadly. The lack of sand will also cause geological and safety issues. Last year, not too far south in Encinitas, 3 incident lives were taken because of this coastal crisis. I would hate for that to happen in San Clemente because of neglect. Myself, as well as many other residents, are asking for your help to get government support in beach replenishment. I hope you are the team that will create the positive change that our city coasts so desperately need. Thank you. Next communication is from Leslie Dane. Council members, I am asking that you prioritize a major beach replenishment effort that expands the entire length of the San Clemente beaches. We are in danger of completely losing our beaches. This is an urgent matter that will need continual maintenance if we are to remain a beach community. Thank you. Next is from Robert and Stephanie Christie. Dear council members, Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 1 of the California Constitution clearly states that we have the right to protecting our property. We live in the Cypress Shore community. In 2014, Hurricane Marie initiated the rapid devastation of our beaches here in San Clemente. Since then, every significant swell has continued the process, leading to approximately 90% loss of our beaches. San Clemente is known as a beach town, but soon our city will be known as the beachless town of Southwest Orange County. Due to governmental restrictions, we are helpless in our community to rectify our situation. The 400 homeowners of Cypress Shore, Cypress Cove, Cottons Point Estates, and the Breakers communities seek our city's government to defend us in restoring our collective, most precious natural resource, our beach. Thank you.
Next comment is from Christina Gabriel. Hello, I'm writing as a resident of Cypress Cove community in San Clemente. Please put the sand replenishment study on the agenda as a topic of discussion. It's sad to see our beaches wash away. Next comment is from Scott and Teresa Leishman. Dear City Council friends, my name is Scott Leishman and my wife is Teresa. We live in Cypress Cove in San Clemente. We have watched the ebbs and flows of beaches in Orange County for decades. We love San Clemente and want it to continue to improve and be this amazing place to live and grow. Recently, we've seen dramatic and disturbing erosion of our beaches, and they do not appear to be coming back. While the shifting of the ocean floor and beach composition is a normal and natural process, this erosion event appears to be catastrophic and unprecedented in our lifetime. This situation represents a major threat on many fronts. Our beach is an economic and recreational resource, the coastal real estate, the marine-based logistics, Camp Pendleton, the rail line, and our way of life as residents of San Clemente. We have met with other residents and have discussed this problem in depth. We are compelled to do whatever we can to save our beaches. We are asking for your support and participation in joining with other available interested partners to restore the sand to our beaches. Such partners may include other affected coastal cities within our region, federal and state government agencies, the Army Corps of Engineers, and others. We must jointly create a viable plan and execute the plan effectively. Please make this issue a major priority and join us in this call to action. Next comment is from Bruce Kiddo. As San Clemente residents, we are all aware of the significant erosion of our cherished beaches. We must act with urgency and in collaboration with all the stakeholders. I strongly request your review and support for all ideas brought forward, including sand replacement. My wife and I are retired, living in Cypress Shore. Our dream is to spend the next 25 plus years enjoying all San Clemente has to offer. This can only happen if we work together to defend our efforts to restore our beaches. Next comment is from Michael Assay. I live in the Cypress Shore Community Association. The significant erosion in our beach necessitates remedial action, but our association is blocked by government restrictions from acting. Please help us in defeating these restrictions. Next comment. Go ahead,
the next communication is from Jeffrey Provence. Hello, Council. My name is Jeff Provence, Jr. I'm sure we all know about Orange County reverting to the purple tier. This is going to be a defining few months for many of our small businesses in San Clemente. The colder months are here, and outdoor dining is not a viable option, as it was during the summer months. Many businesses are going to struggle, and some may not make it through this latest setback. This does not just affect business, it affects the employees as well. Under Newsom's latest actions, 94% of Californians will be affected moving into the purple tier. We need to be proactive instead of reactive. I propose the council form some sort of small business relief task force. Our businesses need to know the city has their back. I, for one, will volunteer and serve on serve on this committee, task force, or whatever it is called if one is formed. We need to look at business license relief. We need to know what the ABC health departments are requiring. We need to research other cities, see what relief programs they may have for struggling small businesses that are close to going under, and help our business that may need help. We can help with PPP loan information, SBA loan information, or any relief that may be coming from Washington in the future. I will help any way I can. If any council members need my help or business want to talk, brainstorm ideas, my email is bloomsirishpub@gmail.com, and he also gives his cell phone number that I could provide. We need leaders, not words, not campaign promises. Out of adversity comes opportunity. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. One town, one team. The next communication is from the Chow family. Dear council members, my family have been residents of San Clemente for nearly 20 years, currently residing in the Cypress Shores community. When we first moved to town, we were mesmerized by the beautiful beaches, but the past few years, they have become a sad ghost of what they once were. The apparent erosion and the loss of our beaches will no doubt put a strain on our city's economic growth. Tourists will seek other, nicer beach cities to venture to. We are asking you to join us in finding a solution to replenish our sand and restore our beaches to the glory they once were. Next communication is from Ann Perez. To City Council, as a lifelong resident of San Clemente, I'm writing this letter so my voice can be heard about several issues affecting our city. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Chris Ham for his 8 years of service. Chris was voted in by the residents of San Clemente for his passion and preservation of this beautiful Spanish village that we love. He held true to his words and fought for 8 years against big developers that want to ruin our city. When the city suddenly lost our mayor, Chris stepped up to the plate and assisted the new mayor run meetings. Without his experience, there would have been complete chaos on the dais. Thank you, Chris, for your devotion to the residents of San Clemente. To the new incoming and existing council members, I urge you to act in an appropriate manner, run our city without being influenced by special interests, and stay off social media. I urge the residents of San Clemente to pay closer attention to who they vote in as our elected officials. Be aware of smoke and mirrors. You all seem to praise a former mayor that took your campaign donations and left the city high and dry during the worst times the city has ever encountered. Lastly, to the residents, please keep a close eye on the new council members and who back their campaigns. We don't need or want 3- or 4-story buildings in our downtown or a high-rise by our pier. Thank you.
Next comment is from Karen Prescott Leffler. Mayor Pro Tem Laura Ferguson has mentioned more than once, to include on social media, that during closed session she's been unfairly treated and yelled at. In the interest of transparency and for the good of the city, the alleged mistreatment should be officially investigated. Ms. Ferguson should welcome such an inquiry. Next comment is from Joe Janis. Good evening, Council. In a letter to the editor dated September 10th, issue of the SC Times, Brad Malamud made a few valid points about ex-city manager James Maxinoff raising a claim against the city. I agree with a few of his statements, but disagree with many others. Malamud commended Councilmember Ferguson for informing the public about the claim. He wrote, one brave council member thwarted the cover-up over objections of other council members. It is a far stretch to accuse any of the council members of a cover-up for following legal instructions and provisions of the Brown Act. I believe Brad is correct in writing that the city should not offer a settlement in this case until a full investigation into the matter is conducted. Since there are always two sides to every story, it is time we hear them. Councilmember Ferguson has made unfounded public allegations against Maxinoff and has publicly accused him and Eric's son of creating a hostile work environment. She has publicly stated there is bad blood between them. She recently posted an article written by ex-city employees on her Facebook page. The article accused council members of protecting bad employees and being drinking buddies with members of city management. Where are these people getting their information? Many believe there is an organized effort led by Ferguson and Malamud to discredit both Maxinoff and Sund. We don't have enough information to know if retaliation is a motivating factor, but an investigation should be conducted. Statements and allegations made at past council meetings, emails, social media posts, phone records, and public record requests should all be reviewed. All current and past council members and city managers that have worked with Maxinoff and Ferguson should be deposed. In his article, Malamud also inferred if the city should decide to settle out of court, a precedence would be set for other employees to follow. Malamud is a knowledgeable attorney who has filed suit against the city on a number of occasions. He should know the precedence for employees filing suit against cities was set long ago. It's time to stop the spin and get the facts. In the meantime, council members should refrain from making negative public statements, or making social media posts about any city employee. It is unproductive, unprofessional, unethical, and will only lead to more costly litigation. Joe Janis. And the final comment for oral communications is from Stephen Marshall. The city has a duty to deal with and address sand replenishment on city beaches, but not state beaches or private beaches, such as Cypress Shores. If Cypress Shores wants something done about it, they can transfer their responsibility to the city or the state and allow for the public to access it. Otherwise, it's not the city's or the state's problem. And that's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you very much for reading the oral communications part 1. City Clerk?
We have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
I'll make a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ham,
Aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
That carries 4-0. The next item, I would like to announce that In and Out, which appears on this agenda as public hearing item 7A, has requested that its public hearing for its project be continued to the council meeting of January 19th, 2021.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk.
At this time, we do have a couple comments on that.
Okay, let's hear those.
You want to hear them at this time?
I'd like to, please.
Wait a minute, Joanne, this isn't, Laura, this isn't agendized at this time. So I have a question, a procedure question.
Excuse me, but please, I don't want to be interrupted. I just want to make sure we hear these comments tonight since they were submitted to us.
But Mayor Pro Tem, it's on the agenda, and we would hear them at that time unless we're going to call it up at this time. But I have a procedural question that I would like you to take.
Oh, yes, please.
If they are asking for that to be continued until January, doesn't City Council have to then make a motion to do that, to allow for this appeal to have that extended time?
I'd have to look to the city attorney, but I don't believe so. City attorney? Can't they just pull their appeal?
They can do that, but that's not what they're hoping to do. They're proposing that the council continue the item to that date certain and convene the hearing there.
Right,
So,
polling and continuing it to January, right? 19th?
right.
Okay, so do you want us to vote on it?
Appeals have a certain time, and so I think that we should just take that up at that time. And that's when we should hear the public comments, when we are actually talking about the item, not now.
City attorney? City attorney, are you there? Or
Yeah.
I'm on mute again.
No, that's
Could
great.
you please give your opinion on that? If people
Sure.
submitted comments today?
Before the council acts, even on a continuance, it should hear the two public comments. And then it would be up to the discretion of the acting mayor and council to decide whether to keep that item in order or to accelerate it and deal with the request for continuance at this time. So I suggest you decide in what order you want to hear it, and then hear those two comments before you do anything about it.
Okay.
If I can interject, because you two are saying the same thing in different ways. So I think what Kathy's trying to say is that item that we're referring to, or that Joanne's referring to, is item 7A. And currently we're on the consent calendar, which is item 6. So I think Kathy's just saying, let's wait until we get to 7A. We can hear the public comments, and then we can make a motion at that point.
That's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. City Clerk?
Okay, the next item is closed session report, city attorney.
Yes,
Thanks,
please,
Mayor.
Scott.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. There was one item of action that is reportable, and that's that the City Council was called upon to approve a mutual release in a settlement agreement under consideration by the city's insurance pool, the SCJPIA, and claimant James Malmood. I'm sorry, James Makshinoff. The motion to approve that mutual release clause was made by Councilmember Ward, seconded by Councilmember James. Those two voted aye with Councilmember Ham. There was one no vote, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. That settlement agreement, if it's approved by the JPIA and the claimant, will be a public record at the time that it's executed, and anyone wishing to obtain a copy of that could notify the city clerk.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
That's all the reportable action. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. City Clerk?
Next item is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. Staff has requested the removal of item K, and the public has requested the removal of item L.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Council members, do you have any items you would like to pull from the consent calendar?
I would like to pull item H.
Okay. Any others? No, hearing none. We have pulled 6K, 6L, and 6H. Okay, City Clerk?
So
Could we have a motion?
I'll move the balance.
Thank you,
The
and I'll
balance?
look at that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and
And so we need, I believe I heard Councilmember Ward second that motion to approve the balance.
Yes, you did. Thank
Okay.
you.
So for the vote, Councilmember Ham,
Aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
aye.
And that carries 4-0.
Okay, very good. So we'll get started on the first one. 6H.
Okay, so I pulled this item. It is for the Joint Homeless Subcommittee annual work plan. This is a fairly new committee that we've been talking about adding. I would like to make a motion that we continue this until more than after the first of the year, because we're not going to have time with COVID and everything to talk about it. But I would like to move that we continue it until early spring. I am concerned with the work plan. I don't see changes in it that I believe the council made to the Human Affairs Committee's work plan. So I'm not going to be able to approve this. So I would ask for a continuance of the work plan until early spring. And I will get a chance, and the committee can get a chance to talk to city council members about this.
Councilmember Ward, I can support you on that. I'm just my question is, why do we have to go all the way to spring? Can this be continued until January or February?
I think I would support February more because, as you know, we have new city council members coming on in January. It's going to be pretty hectic after the holidays, and we don't know what's happening with the pandemic. So I would support February if that's a compromise, certainly. And then I will promise to reach out and talk to them about my concerns. So that would be my motion, is continue it until a meeting in February.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And before we vote on this, I'd like to ask Interim City Manager Sund. I know we talked on Tuesday, I believe it was, regarding the work plans. Do you know why this one didn't get fully updated with the revisions? I know we talked about all the work plans. We had some tweaks to some of them, and I had wanted to make sure we all got the final. Did this one just slip through, or what's going on with that? Because I think homelessness is just so important. I just don't want to delay.
Oh, it's a good question, Mayor Pro Tem. This work plan before you tonight, since it hasn't been approved, has not been uploaded yet to the website. We are working on uploading all of the approved work plans by the City Council, be it the Human Affairs or be it the Public Safety Committee, but staff is working on that.
Okay, thank you. I guess that my question should be for Councilmember Ward. Are there specific things in here that you can share that you wanted to be included that aren't?
Well, I'm not sure about a procedural plan of action that we should be taking, because I made a motion to continue it, and I'm not sure that we should be having any discussion on that. So I would ask Attorney Scott Smith if that's something that we're talking about.
All right. I guess my question was, I just want to clarify why you want to continue it. You mentioned something about some things you wanted weren't in here. Is that correct? Or did I mishear?
No. I see things in there that I think we modified with the Human Affairs Committee. And I think that, as Mr. Sun said, those plans have not been updated. And so I think it would greatly help this task force if they had those updated reports. I believe just these have crossed in what we've done, and they're proposing things that I believe we modified. So I would just ask, that we need some more time. And with the new city council coming on, December's not going to be good, and I think February is a good time. So that is the only reason. It's not like the city's not working on homeless at this time. We have CityNet, we have FAM, that is the county source for 211 being able to enter into the system also. So it's not that it's not being worked on. As you heard, CityNet is contacting and working with 31 people right now, and that is the count people that they have, except for 3 new people identified in the last month. So I don't think that it's in danger of us we're not working on homelessness. But this plan, I can't approve it at this time.
Okay. Did you want City Attorney to answer your question on procedural discussion?
No, you've gone past it. So I call for the vote.
I'm ready to vote as well.
Okay. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson? I think we lost her. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, can you hear us?
She's coming back. She's having trouble with her internet.
Yeah.
Well, I think we had consensus on that item. It was 3-0-1 with Ferguson absent. Let's move on to the next item.
That would be item K, pulled by staff.
I think she may be
Thank you.
back.
I'm back now, City Clerk. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Thank you. My Wi-Fi crashed.
Okay. What is your vote on Councilmember Ward's motion to continue the work plan to a council meeting in February?
Oh, that's fine. I guess we're not going to hear from the City Attorney on the procedural question. No, I don't wish to continue this at all. I think we need all hands on deck now. So thank you. I'm a no.
Okay, that motion carries 3-1.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk. And
the next item A, which is Romantica parking lot improvements.
Okay, do we have some comments, public comments?
Yes, we have one. And it's from Melissa Phelps, and she writes, I am trying to understand how we could be talking about approving a $350,000 contract where there has not been a breakdown of costs made available to the public. Oh, I think I skipped, you know what, my mistake. We skipped K, which is the Casa Romantica parking lot improvements. So I believe that staff pulled that.
That's correct, City Clerk.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have Jonathan Light, who will provide a brief report to the City Council. Jonathan?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and council members. This item is going to be familiar to you. It was on our prior council agenda, and so council is already familiar with the proposed breakdown of costs in this adjustment to the lease with the Casa. So there's no new pieces of that breakdown of financing, and the council requested that we just return with the amendment to that lease agreement. So that's this item. We did receive a comment from the Casa Romantica executive staff after the report was published, and so I provided those requested alterations to the amendment to the council members earlier today. But since that was not a part of the attachment, I do want to just very briefly touch on those 4 elements that were inserted other than the minor text changes. The first was in addition to section 1, which acknowledges that the Casa Romantica has already satisfied the bid requirements process, and a reiteration that they acknowledge the prevailing wage requirement. Staff does not have an issue with that insertion. The second is that the city shall disperse the city direct contribution within 10 days. The city also does not have concern with that insertion. The third was an insertion about the potential expansion of project scope and funds, and city staff is recommending that we do not incorporate that text. Any expansion of scope or costs can be handled through a subsequent amendment if that's necessary, and staff can bring that back to council again in the future. The final insertion is language that indicates that if the lease or the lessee does not extend for another 10-year period after 2031, that any remaining balance of the city loan would be forgiven. Similarly, staff isn't comfortable with that textual inclusion. We are amenable to pushing back the start of loan repayment at the Casa's request to commence in 2022, but we do feel that the loan, being a loan, should be fully repaid by the end of that period. So those are the elements that were requested to be modified by the Casa executive staff, and I'm available for any questions beyond that.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Do we have any questions, council members?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a quick question. So, Mr. Lightfoot, the only issue that we need to be concerned about is whether the Casa gets their loan repayment pushed back. I think you said 2022?
Correct. We're recommending that we do not keep that recommended insertion. So they requested to insert text that would forgive any remaining balance past 2031. But because we're deferring the start time frame, there likely will be some remaining balance at that point, and that, in staff's opinion, should be repaid.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, you're on mute.
So, thank you. I'm using a new app here for this. Okay, so do we have any more questions of staff? Or any discussion that we'd like to have tonight? Or a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
To go with staff recommendation 1, approve and authorize the Mayor Pro Tem to execute amendment number 3 to contract C01-36, a lease operating agreement by and between the City of San Clemente and the Casa Romantica, modifying the funding plan for the parking lot improvements to cover the bid cost of $645,000. 2, appropriate $85,500 from the general fund unassigned fund balance account 001-000-23430 into account 057-543-000-19809 improvements other than buildings.
And Jonathan, do you need any amendment to that to reflect the amendments that you asked for?
No, I think that motion satisfies, and we have all seen that same document. So I'll provide that clean copy for execution to Casa Romantica, and that will return to the Mayor Pro Tem for signature.
So just so that I understand, so that's with the 2 changes that staff was recommending, but not the 2 others?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item L. That's the Strategic Planning Services for Transportation and Mobility Efforts. And we have one comment.
Okay, please read the comment. Thank you.
And it's from Melissa Phelps. She writes, I am trying to understand how we can be talking about approving a $350,000 contract where there has not been a breakdown of costs made available to the public. This is an unbudgeted amount, and our city is running at a deficit. What are the consulting fees for specifically? Why are we not holding consultants and BBK to higher standards and providing detailed reporting and invoices? The gross negligence and incompetence of our interim city manager, Eric Sun, is on full display here, as it is his job to manage work being done, making sure we, the people of San Clemente, whose city management is here to serve, have access to such documentation. I did a public records request for financials, which took well over the 10 days, and the results were so subpar, it was ridiculous. Why am I and my fellow tax-paying neighbors unable to get details breaking down costs? And for the record, in March 2020, Kathy Ward brought the vote from San Clemente Council for the arterial untold Route 22. What else are we needing consulting services for? We need to move forward with auditing and get results before approving anything further with BBK. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment, for reading the comment. And the item's been pulled, so we can have some discussion on this item. I certainly have some questions of staff. Let's see who wrote this report again. Was it Eric Sun, the interim city manager? I have some questions. There's so many, and this agenda is just so loaded with so many very important matters concerning policy and costs that are unbudgeted tonight, rather than waiting 2 weeks for a new city council. I've taken some notes. There's just so much, so many of these items are just very concerning to me, especially when we've been operating in a deficit, started the year off in a deficit, and we just don't have this kind of money. But I have a few questions. If you could answer for me, that would be great, because I did email you on November 12th some questions regarding this, Mr. Sund, and you didn't write me back. So I'm going to have to ask you here before I make any decisions on $350,000 in 4 consultant contracts, which aren't attached for the council to consider or the public to see. So they're just not transparent. But anyway, so who requested that after the TCA's decision on the Las Patronas Parkway extension, right, was voted on, that these consultants are still needed? Who decided that, and how did this originate to come back to us tonight? Because the council already, at the end of June, put them on an as-needed basis, capping at $25,000 each.
Correct. So first, a couple of things about name with them. This money is budgeted. It's not unbudgeted. We're not asking for a supplemental appropriation. This is within the budget of the fiscal year 2020-21 budget that was approved by council. Also, too, we're not operating in a deficit. We presented a balanced budget to the city council as part of that reduction. We understand the concerns from revenue shortfalls that could present a deficit, but as of we reported monthly, we're not seeing that at this point. And then with regards to the consultant services, as the staff report indicates, July 1, I executed under my city manager authority $25,000 per contract, specific contracts that now are before you, because I do not want them to go beyond, nor can they go beyond $25,000 without council approval. That's why this item is being brought back to the City Council tonight for approval. Your toll road subcommittee designated both Jean James and Kathy Ward have been sitting on the toll road subcommittee, and as part of their responsibilities, reviewing all toll road related matters in transportation and mobility, be it the town hall meeting, be it other things the city is doing as it relates to protecting the residents from any imminent impacts from a toll road expansion. And so tonight before you, the council, have the decision whether you want to continue with these services or if the council wants to stop these services. As your city attorney indicated earlier, based on a question, we cannot let our guard down. We, the city of San Clemente, have to stand vigilant on protecting the residents from any negative impacts that may come to the city of San Clemente. And if I can quote former Councilmember Donchek, one of the things that was said early on when the city began addressing any types of impacts from the toll road was, this is going to be a marathon. This will not be a sprint. This will be a many-year, multi-year battle that the city has to take on. And so these consultants provide strategic services to the city as we plan and deal with any impacts to the city as it relates to toll road expansions. The staff report clearly indicates the charges per month for each of the consultants and also indicates the not to exceed amount. I understand the public comments in regards to deliverables, but with consulting services, many of the services are strategic, planning, discussion, and modeling different types of things. And I think it's important to note that just as the city of San Clemente has contracted with consultants to protect the city, I think we can look across the aisle to the TPA and see that they too have contracted with consultants at much higher rates, I should add, to strategically position them in their position, which I respect and understand. The city of San Clemente is in the same situation, and the residents have made it clear multiple years in a row that toll road expansion is the #1 concern within our community and protecting the residents. And I think tonight's action being brought forward to the city council continues that dedication to the public to protect it from any impacts in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. But why aren't the contracts attached? I don't get to see the contracts. I don't get to see the terms. I don't get to see the scope of services. Like, why are they needed? What are each of these 4 consultants going to do for us? I don't get to see that. I think it's irresponsible for elected officials to be just reading your memo, your agenda report, a page and a half, and approving contracts that we don't get to see, and totaling $350,000. And these are annual contracts. Within the report, you said there's a 1-year renewal of each, and it's just irresponsible, and it's not transparent. And secondly, our toll road reps for the 241 Councilmember Ward concluded the virtual town hall, saying, this is not a toll road, this is an arterial. It's not the start of an extension through town to the I-5. It's not. So I believe that these, at this time, there's no need for them. Yes, we can trigger these contracts and bring them back at a time if, say, there's a new board that rescinds the resolution of the old board from March of 2020 that was unanimously approved for this free arterial at that time. But to spend money now, there's no need demonstrated in this report. Again, I can't see the contracts to see what work they're going to do. I can't. And these people aren't lawyers. And I know one of them is a strategic communications person, and you outsourced a letter in terms of a response to the grand jury by council members Ward and James, and you said that Englander, Kanab, and Allen wrote the letter, and you haven't told me what we paid for it, and why did you outsource it? And that went out also against policy, because only the mayor, or in my case, acting mayor, can sign official correspondence. So that's an example of me being frustrated, not even seeing the work product or get the costs of what these consultants do at this time, especially when we're in the clear. You know, we won the battle. Here we are still hiring these high-cost people to lead the troops. And I don't feel we need to do that at this time. And maybe mid-year or, you know, anytime we can reconsider, or even the new council should be really looking at this too to get up to speed, because that's 2 weeks away. It's just too important. Money is too scarce. And I just have a really hard time swallowing this $350,000, and I can't even see an account number on this agenda report to see what account it's even coming out of. Could you answer that question for me?
It's coming out of legal professional services.
Legal professional services, but they're not lawyers.
Pam, if I may, the descriptions of each of the services are included in the report as to the scope. And again, I've indicated the dollar amounts are there. I understand your concerns, and if you would like us to get copies of the contracts to the city council thereafter, we can definitely do so. But basically, I've summarized their services within this agenda report, and again, I understand your concerns, and if that's the way you feel, then I recommend that you vote no on this.
Well, I've just been raising this since I came to council, and we were on a pretty good stretch of attaching contracts that we were going to approve, and it's so important to layer history on these, what's happened, especially with 4 consultants. And I know one of them, I know I wrote you and the city attorney to provide me with the cost. I just want to get a cost estimate of one of them, which we paid way beyond the contract limit. When I noticed, I was on council maybe 5 months, and we had paid like 265% beyond the contract amount for this EKA group. And I wrote you and the city attorney because I wanted to see, the cumulative amount since then to now. I think in the budget workshop in February, the legal services workshop.
Is this on the agenda this evening?
Yes, it is. We're talking about consultants, so you'll have your turn in a moment.
Are we talking about consultants or strategic planning services in this singular contract?
Excuse me, I don't appreciate being interrupted. You'll have your turn. So anyway, but my point is that I can't, when I want information on these consultants, I can't get them. We paid them a lot, and I want to see the work product. What did we get for our money? I just don't see it. So anyways, those are my comments on that.
Okay, so
again, yes, so lastly, before I go on, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, is there a reason that 4 contracts weren't attached? And the prior contracts weren't attached?
No, there is no reason, Pro Tem. Like I said, if the council wants me to get those copies to the entire council, I can do so.
Okay, well, they need to be. Thank you. I'm done. Any other?
Yeah, please. First of all, I would not direct any release of documents at this time, because we are under this item, because we're going to be taking up the confidential documents later in this meeting, so I'm not going to support that. So, Eric, we have a motion, which I will read. Some of what Mayor Pro Tem said is not true. It ignores the conversation we just had that the TCA is not finished, and that we have promised our residents that we will stop this issue of a toll road through our city once and for all, so that they don't have to have any more heartache over this issue and live under the threat of a toll road extension, or any extension being on I-5 that they might try to again do. So this is also budgeted, and it's part of, we're not running at a deficit, which is what Interim City Manager Eric Sun said. So I'm going to make the following recommendation. The City Council authorize the City Manager to enter into the following agreements.
Kathy, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I have to comment.
Okay,
before we make your motion. So I just have to say this. Everything Laura just said is completely laughable. I don't think there's one factual information other than the fact she hasn't received the documents that she's requested from Eric Sun. That may or may not be true. I don't know. But I just want to quote Laura on, we won the battle and we're in the clear. I'm slightly confused on what battle we won and where we're in the clear when I just heard our Toll Road Subcommittee, made up of Gene James and Kathy Ward, tell us that the toll road is absolutely still fighting to push through the middle of our town. I heard from our city attorney that by no means do we have any protections moving forward to prevent them from pushing forward and coming right through the middle of our town. So it's comical to me that since I've been on council, the last 2 years that she's been elected, she's voted against every single penny we've supported to fight the toll road. This is an ongoing cost. This is a time when we need to take our foot and keep it on the gas pedal and continue to fight, because this isn't an issue that's going to go away just because we see roses and we see butterflies and we're friends with the people at the TCA. No, this is something that they want done, and they're going to push until they're completed, which is pushing right through the middle of San Clemente. And so for us to sit here and listen to this nonsensical drab that this Laura just talked about and quote things like won the battle and in the clear, this is that miscommunication we've been talking about in the toll road update this morning. Our mayor pro tem is pushing the narrative that the toll road is dead through San Clemente, and that's just factually inaccurate. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had in the past 2 months that people think the toll road is dead in San Clemente, and I have to reassure them that it's not dead. It's nowhere near dead. We're making great ground, and some of the reason we're making great ground is because we have contracts like this, because we continue to fight for the residents of San Clemente. So I just want to put everybody's mind at ease out there that thinks the toll road is dead. It's not dead. It's still marching forward, and we need to continue to fight. And $350,000 to prevent a toll road from flying over the sports park at San Clemente High School that my son's going to attend in 15 years, well worth it. Well worth every single penny. Well worth every single penny to save the Presbyterian Church off Estrella. Well worth saving Ralph's. Well worth saving every single person's view through San Clemente. So yes, I will be supporting this. Laura, please stop just making stuff up on the fly, and let's get back to facts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Ham. I do have a question of you. Don't they have to propose having a route come through San Clemente? I mean, at this point, they're not. So that's my point. So this could be about anything. We don't spend money we don't need to spend at the time. So, I mean, they have to do that. They haven't proposed that. And we've all been
We still
supporting.
have multiple routes on the table to answer the question. So just clarify for you then, since I clarified for you, what's won the battle in Inland Clear mean?
The alternatives, okay, well, they removed the alternatives coming through San Clemente. They have lost Patronos Parkway Extension Arterial Free Road that Councilmember Ward was just talking about earlier. But, okay, well, we all have our opinions, and I respect yours, and I would hope that you
So just to be clear, Scott Smith's a liar, Gene James is a liar, Kathy Ward's a liar, I'm a liar, but you're the accurate one on council.
Please don't put words in my mouth. That's what you always say to me. Do we have a motion?
Okay, well.
So, Mr. Studd, this was on the consent calendar. Is it necessary now to read the entire action, or just can we say that we recommend City Council authorize the city manager enter into those agreements?
I believe you can recommend looking at the city attorney. Is that accurate, Scott?
Yeah, you could move the recommended action, and that's all you need to do.
Okay, I will do that. This issue is taking way too long, so that's going to be my motion to move this recommended action.
Second.
Do we have a second? Okay. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ham,
Enthusiastically, aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
I'm a no. Thank you.
Okay. Next is public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of Conditional Use Permit 19346, Site Plan Permit 19347, Architectural Permit 19348, Discretionary Sign Permit 19349, which approved the construction and operation of a one-story drive-through fast food restaurant with outdoor dining for In-N-Out at 115 via Pico Plaza. And as I indicated earlier, the applicant has requested that this item be deferred to the council meeting of January 19th. We do have at least, I believe, 2 comments.
Mayor,
I would like to hear the comments. Councilmember Ward, yes?
can we hear from staff first while we talk about the procedure on this?
Okay, because you don't want to hear the comments tonight, is that why?
That is not it. I think it's inappropriate. We should talk about what we're going to be doing on this item first, and then we can listen to the
Okay,
comments.
let's see what the city attorney says again
Stop
on
putting
that.
words in people's mouth, Laura.
Okay, so I see Ms. Giardo Daly is on, and I believe Katie Crockett is also on. My question would be, the applicant has asked for a continuance of this, and this is an appeal, and I think that has time limits to it. And I wanted to know, first of all, if the applicant could extend it to, what was it, January or February?
January?
Okay, so
January.
the applicant, do they have the right to extend it to January?
This is Katie Crockett, Associate Planner. I would defer to the City Attorney on this. I know the code section you're referring to. It's 17.12.140 D, which states that public hearings on appeals shall be held within 60 days of the city clerk receiving the completed appeal application. And then there's some more timing in there. I was under the impression that if it was requested by the applicant, it may be permitted, but perhaps Mr. Smith can speak more specifically to that.
City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I agree with Ms. Crockett that once the city's obligation under that section is to calendar the item, which you've done and you've satisfied that. And if the applicant requests a continuance and that's granted, part and parcel of that is a waiver of that timeline because you've calendared it in time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And did we have any objection to having these two comments read at all? Just the public comments that came in, not
No,
just the item.
Open the public hearing and listen to the comments.
You're good with that? Okay, let's go ahead and do that. City Clerk will open the public hearing and hear the two comments that came in today.
My first comment is from Joe Lambert. Good afternoon. I'd like to offer my support of the in and out appeal scheduled on November 17th, 2020. Please read my comment out loud at the hearing. I have been a resident of San Clemente for several years, and my business is located in San Clemente as well. I'm excited to have an in and out coming to our town. I've read the documentation and am in agreement with the basis of in and out's appeal. I agree and am in support of the reasoning to allow the monument sign as well as the LED cove lighting. Next comment is from Lindsay Canulo. I recently heard about this appeal and want the city to know that I'm in total support of the LED cove lighting and monument sign of the new in and out building. I live in San Juan Capistrano and work in San Clemente, and I'm looking forward to having this restaurant in San Clemente. The design of the building, in my opinion, fits within San Clemente's Spanish Village by the Sea design. Thank you for your consideration. And the final comment is from Annette Chavaria. I do not oppose the usage of red LED cove lighting or the standalone in and out monument sign near the corner of Pico and Via Pico. We are excited to have an in and out in our city and would love to see the landmark sign visible for everyone to see. Those are the only comments.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I do have one other comment that was received that seems to have been skipped. It says, it's from Yvonne Armstrong. It says, I received a notice from the city that there will be a hearing on in and out's appeal. I've read the documents and viewed the photos, and I still remain in support of the red LED cove lighting and the monument sign on the proposed in and out building. Our family is super excited about having an in and out in San Clemente. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you, Katie. Okay, City Clerk. Oh, we'll close the public hearing, sorry. City Clerk?
Yes, would you like to make a motion to continue the public hearing to January 19th, 2021?
Anybody have a motion?
Oh, can I just interject? Sorry, can I just interject? If you're going to do that, it would be better to leave the hearing open. That way, Joanne won't be required to renotice it.
Okay, perfect. We'll leave the public hearing open. And do we have a motion to continue this item to January 19, 2021?
Prior to the motion, I do have a question from
Okay,
Mr. Crockett, probably. Why did In and Out come and want this continued?
I can receive the request I received from the applicant. It says, In and Out is respectfully requesting a continuance of our appeal from tonight's meeting to the council meeting on January 19th, 2021. We request this continuance to give us time to bolster our arguments in favor of the appeal and to arrange for Henry Lenny to be available to speak to the council in support of the appeal. Thank you for your consideration of this request. Respectfully, Jim Lockington. I believe he is also on this call.
And they referenced Henry Lenning, did you say? And who is that?
Yes, Henry Lenny is an architect based in Santa Barbara who was the author of the city's Spanish colonial revival specific.
Okay, I've made the connection now. Thank you.
Okay.
So, City Council, do we agree to allow the applicant to continue this to January?
Would you like to make a motion? Is that your motion?
I'm not making a motion to do it. I'm asking for any comments that the council has.
Council, you have comments?
Sure, Scott, this is time, even though they've asked for it to be moved, we can still have discussion because it was noticed this evening, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's all noticed for procedurally or substantively.
Okay, so I think one of the things that would be wise of us to push this item back to have a full council, there's potential for us to go to 2-2 vote this evening. And if that's the case, then I think the ramifications after talking to staff would be that the project in its entirety gets denied and is not approved. And I don't think anybody on council wants that to happen. I'm more than willing to discuss it this evening, but just as a footnote, I'm not willing to overturn what the Planning Commission has already approved or what their position on this issue is.
Okay, so sounds like that's, I mean, we've got a request from the applicant to continue it. So are we going to take it up or are we going to push it back?
I'm supportive of continuing to January 19, 2021 for the applicant.
I am as well.
Okay, so that's a motion and a second.
Yep.
Who was the second? Excuse me.
James.
Councilmember James,
Thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson responded to a question, but we'll make it a motion as well. I'm comfortable with that.
So the motion was by, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Was the motion?
Let me make a formal motion because I was actually just responding to Councilmember Ward's question about my feeling on this tonight. But I will make a motion to honor the applicant's desire to continue this public hearing, the appeal included in this, to January 19, 2021.
I'll make a second. I second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Aye.
That motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you.
The next public hearing is to consider authorizing participation in the Orange County Sheriff's Department Massage Establishment Application Review and Fee Program and approving an amendment to the police services contract to provide for review of massage establishment applications.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the public hearing on this one.
Any comments?
Do you have any comments, City Clerk?
I have not received any comments unless the Deputy City Clerk has.
We do not have any public comments.
Okay. All right. And let's go ahead. Who is that?
So as you recall, the City Council adopted an amendment to our code as it related to massage, licensing of massage parlors and massage technicians. And as one of those changes, there was the request for public safety or the Orange County Sheriff's Department to review those applications that come into the city as part of the review process. In order to achieve that, we had to amend the sheriff's contract, not by dollars, just by language to show that they could do that service. And then as part of that, what you see before you tonight is the adoption of fees. So OCSD will have a fee structure that they will assessed, and it'll be something that the city collects and passes through to the sheriff's department as it relates to those fees. I have one important comment that Lieutenant Manhart passed on that I think is important for the council to be aware of, that as long as the sheriff's department receives a complete application, they'll take about 2 weeks, give or take, to review the application and get it back to the city. But if the application is not complete, that could add time to the review matter, which is a common theme for any of our application processes in terms of a complete versus incomplete application. So tonight before you, you have two actions. You have one to amend the contract to allow for the service, and the other one is to adopt the fees via resolution. And with that, I stand ready to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sund. And let's go ahead and, do we have any questions first before we close that public hearing? Any questions of staff, City Council?
I have a question of staff.
Please.
So who is up on this? Which staff member? Oh, it's the city attorney. Right? Am I at the right one? No, I'm not.
So the question, Council?
The only question was, we're adding another layer to this, and I understand the reason why, but I'm a little concerned about that this could take a lot more time and people not being able to, if they don't get it in correctly, and then that'll add to the time. So I'm wondering, is this a permit that is from the sheriff's office, where it's a county template for a permit?
No, this is for them to review the application and potentially identify any issues within the application that would preempt the city from issuing a license to the applicant.
So is the application something that we get and we're checking it and getting back to the applicant whether all the work is there?
Correct. We, the city, will be the front intake for that and will be the face for that. And then just like, for instance, we get plan reviews that we have to submit to the fire department for review, we handle that, and it's just it's another step in the plan check process, if you will. And
okay.
So, yes, we will be the point of contact for that applicant as it's funneled through the sheriff's department.
Okay, that makes me feel better, because City Council, we will get people that, this is a new process, and, we'll get a lot of comments on it, and people will be confused. So I'm happy to hear that our staff is the administrator of, all the information, and we're gonna make sure that it's all there, because we are adding an extra layer to this application. And we will get comments when their CUPs come up and they have to go through this. So that makes me feel better. I thought it was just a county thing and it was going to go maybe, down a rabbit hole because it's another agency. So I appreciate that. Thank you for answering that question.
Welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Ward, my feedback to you on that is I think it does create another layer for the good operator. However, there are so many bad actors in this. I think it creates that extra layer of due diligence to attack the human trafficking element in our community.
No, I agree, and that's why I said I totally understand why we're doing this. I was just thinking of when I heard that comment about incomplete applications, it worried me a little that it would be up to the sheriff's department to decide that, so
right.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Councilmember
I'm ready
Ham?
to make a motion. I move that we approve and authorize the Mayor Pro Tem to execute amendment number 1 to contract C18-33 by and between the City of San Clemente and the County of Orange Police Services contract providing for review of massage establishment applications, and 2, adopt resolution number 20-59 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, authorizing participation in the Orange County Sheriff's Department Massage Establishment Application Review and Fee Program.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I didn't want to interrupt you reading that, but I need to close the public hearing.
Sorry.
That's okay. Is that okay? City Clerk, can we just accept Councilmember James reading his motion?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, do we have a second to Councilmember James' motion?
Second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ham. All right, City Clerk?
Councilmember Ham,
Aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
That motion carries 4-0. The next item on the agenda is a report from the interim city manager concerning possible code amendments relating to special events and amplified sound permits. And we do have at least one comment on this item.
Okay, let's hear the comment, please, City Clerk.
The comment is from Melissa Phelps. Free speech, guys, it means free, not paid for. You cannot legally shut down free speech by way of charging money for a permit for free speech assembly. Are you kidding? Note, this is yet another example with BBK and our interim city manager need to be fired. Gross negligence and incompetence here, inviting more very avoidable lawsuits to San Clemente. Eric Sund and BBK, are you trying to bankrupt San Clemente? That's all I have for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Laura, for reading the comment. And staff, would you give a brief overview of what you're looking to do with this SEP, Special Event Permit application program?
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As you recall, this was an item that was brought forward to the City Council, and there was some direction to meet with our community partners and communicate the elements of the SEP. And so with that introduction, I want to turn it over to our Recreation Manager, Samantha Wiley, who headed that orientation with those nonprofits, as well as address the staff report before you. So Samantha, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, council members. Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. As interim city manager, Sun just summarized that we did take the opportunity to meet with our what we consider our city partners, our frequent users of the special event permit process. We had a Zoom call with them as it details in the contents of the staff report. There was generally very few questions. The two questions are outlined in the staff report. One had to do with insurance, and then the other had to do with the free speech area, which has been a conversation that's come up for a number of years, and we've done a lot of work with our partners, particularly the larger events, whether it's the Fiesta or the Ocean Festival event, those types of events. We've prior required a free speech zone. And certainly City Attorney Smith can weigh in on this. Typically, though, at this point, so long as members of the public are able to, walk through sidewalks and provide, they can hold signs, they can pass out leaflets. That's completely acceptable. And we will still continue to allow that, as is the public's right to do so. And then beyond that, if an organizer chooses to provide a free speech area, that is absolutely their prerogative. And that would give people the opportunity to potentially set up a table, maybe some chairs, some materials on that table. But otherwise, the special event area, as has always been and will continue to be, is really designated to that permittee, and it is their right to hold their event in that space. So those are the two questions. And again, I believe City Attorney Smith could probably add more to that if there is anything further. But other than that, our partners were, I believe, pleased with the progress. It does not really impact them in terms of their operations. This is a cleanup. Their events will not change. The process will not change. The application will be the same. We're going to actually kind of retool our application so it's got some more specifics, and then we can have a better understanding of which department needs review and all of that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Samantha, for providing that overview. I do have a question. It wasn't quite clarified when I had asked previously, but not by you. But how did this originate to incorporate free speech and freedom of assembly into our special event permits for groups that are over 50? To have to go through the application process and potentially get a medical ops permit, an air medical ops permit, and have $1 million insurance to exercise free speech.
Well, I think I can handle that one. Council members, if you look at the current ordinance 37 to 38, I'm sorry, it's 8A, pages 37 to 38. that's where the existing definitions of special events are. And just to summarize the feeling of code enforcement, legal, and Samantha's department, those definitions are completely nonsensical. So I don't know in looking at it whether they require a permit for free expression or not. If someone does come in looking for a permit for an expressive activity, the criteria now is completely wide open. With unconstitutional prior restraint, the permit reviewer can apply any criteria they want, and that's not what you want on your books.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. So this originated from you looking at the code. Was it from you, or I'm just trying to figure out who originated basically permitting these events first?
Over the last couple of years, well, this ordinance says what the council votes it to say, right? So it's not prescribing anything right now because it's a draft based on an international municipal law officer's model, okay? So it doesn't regulate anything until the council passes it. But the genesis for this has to do with several conversations at city council meetings where some council members thought, or a member of the public thought, that a special event permit should or should not be required of an activity, that a First Amendment expressive area needed to be cordoned off or not, that amplified sound is all right under any conditions or not, that you can roll up and bring food and set up dinner for 50 people in a public parking lot or not. And it's that ambiguity over the course that we've been working on this, which is almost 2 years, and staff's complete confusion at the counter and trying to implement the existing regulations that led us to bring this to you. It was that experience and nothing else.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. I guess I'm just trying to get at if it was the rallies and marches and assemblies that had...
So you shouldn't worry about that.
Okay, because just that usually things...
I'm sorry, the model was developed in the wake of the Occupy Wall Street movement, where under the guise of expressive activities, hundreds of people decided to live in city centers and public spaces. And that's why the International City Attorney Department generated this draft, so you could regulate kind of wild expressive events like that and recover the cost of them to the public at large.
Okay, well, thank you. Typically, these things come to the council after being proposed by a member and getting support by another member to change. And this is radically altering free speech, in my opinion. I do appreciate your research you included, and you did show the risks and challenges very clearly. So I completely appreciate you taking the time to do that and be very direct in what impacts that would be to our city in terms of legal challenges. But I'm of the position, as you provided an option also, to do nothing when it came to people that want to freely assemble and just speak their mind about a matter anytime, no notice, no application process. Just go and say what they want to say about what they're upset about of the day and the world. And that's the number one. The first option is the most laissez-faire position that would likely result in no public challenges from those engaged in expressive activity, but may result in challenges from those whose peace and quiet or adversary affected by the activity. So that's an option. But the first one, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one, to exempt the permit requirement and expressive activity protected by the U.S. and state constitution. Sorry, I was reading the wrong one upside down. Okay, well, good. Any questions for the city attorney on this matter?
I have a question for the city manager. So we've had a number of rallies, political events, political candidates speaking. Do we have a cost, city manager, and maybe break it down by the different events, how much these events have cost the taxpayers of San Clemente?
Councilmember James, I have an approximate cost for one of the rallies. I would have to go back and do some due diligence, but I would probably predict that the cost to the taxpayers is approximately somewhere between $130,000 to $150,000 in taxpayers' dollars.
On just one event, or
130 for one event specifically, and then I'm just approximating some of the cost of the other smaller events that required staff time or resources.
So if we were to have a special, now I'll go to the city attorney. If we adopt this city attorney, would we have some way to recover our costs for these events?
Yes, you would, Councilmember James. As Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson stated on page 8A-42, there were 3 approaches to recovering costs, and 2 of those do allow you to do that.
Because it would be good. It would have been good if we had had this in place, and we could have saved our taxpayers $150,000, maybe even more. You know, it's all well and good to talk about freedom of speech and our First Amendment rights and all that, but I would encourage the Mayor Pro Tem to look at the philosophers from the Age of Enlightenment, John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, Rousseau, who are the framers of our Constitution, read extensively and decided to have police powers in the colonies, in the 13 original states. The social contract kicks in. We all have an obligation as citizens to each other. You know, I would like to be able to drive down the road at 140, 50 miles an hour. That, you know, that would be freedom of expression, I guess. But, you know, we cannot do that sort of thing. Additionally, we cannot have huge rallies that favor certain political candidates over others, and have a cost to the taxpayer. We need a mechanism to prevent that from occurring, or to not to prevent it from occurring, but certainly to regulate that. And I'm going to vote for this, and I'll be happy to vote for this, because if we had this in place previously, we could have recovered our cost. Thank you.
Councilmember James, if I may add, I just got a data document with cumulative cost associated with the rallies, and it's approximately $360,000.
How much?
$360,000.
Did you say 360?
$360,000. Yes.
My friend.
I just went from a yes to an enthusiastic yes.
Thank you very much, Councilmember James and Mr. Sun, for interjecting that. We pay about $2 million a year in legal costs, and a challenge to this is going to drive that up even more. So very concerning. $150,000 to cover an event. It could be more than that to defend a challenge for First Amendment rights. But anyhow, do we have a motion for this, or any more conversation, discussion, or questions of staff?
Mayor, question.
Please.
So, you know, I see that there's a part in here about whether we should issue permits for expressive activities, and but it would be very narrowly drawn, and it would be reasonable and have definite standards. So my question would be, if somebody wanted to do some type of free speech rally, but they were inviting a lot of other people, what would the permit entail? What would the cost be for something like that, where they're just using a park and maybe the sidewalk?
Well, let me answer the criteria for review, Councilmember, and then maybe Eric can talk about what costs, or Samantha, what costs might be shifted in that hypothetical. The new application procedures in are completely content neutral. In fact, if the applicant were asked, what are they talking about? What are they advertising? What are they advocating? They could decline to state, and their application would still have to be approved. So it is completely content neutral. The other thing that it adds to your current ordinance is a constitutional protection that allows people to gather with a special event for spontaneous events. Right now, you have to come 30 days in advance, and if there was some late breaking news tomorrow, it's not constitutional to tell people they have to wait till 30 days plus however long it takes to review the application. So that's the process. Eric, would you like to speak to that hypothetical and what kind of cost recovery might be involved? For
defer to Samantha, who administers the SCP program. She'd be better to answer that.
So our typical SCP process, there is an application fee, and as long as this fee has been approved by council, I want to say in 2016, a simple event is $110, and that covers the cost for administrative review. We oftentimes do not waive that fee because it's staff recovery. But depending on where the event is being held, there can be a site fee charge. So if it's a park, if it's at the beach, we do have fees in place for all of those sites. We give a number of discounts as well. If it's a nonprofit, there's a discount. If it's a resident nonprofit, there's a discount. We give a discount for non-residents in some circumstances, so that's also viable. Really, the only entity that would pay full price is a commercial organization coming in and really pushing some kind of commercial activity. And then we look at if there's an additional need for any type of added trash service, something that's going to incur an additional cost that would be beyond normal wear and tear or use of that facility. That's also considered. And our goal is always to just recover our costs at a bare minimum. And that's typically what we see with special events, is that cost recovery. Oftentimes, if there's a nonprofit attached to it and it does benefit the betterment of the city and its residents, many of our applicants, nonprofits, have the opportunity to ask for a fee waiver. We do see a number of those throughout the year. The city manager has authority to waive up to $600, and anything beyond that would go to the city council for approval. So from a timing perspective, if they are looking for a fee waiver above $600, there has to be some time given for us staff to get it together and get it to council as well. So does that answer your question, Councilmember Ward?
It does. And what I would like to talk to the council about is that the reason we have these special event permits is for planning and for notice. It helps the city staff know who is in our city and what their purpose is and what they're doing. It also helps the sheriff's department also know, because they are also notified of any permits. Basically, because if there's any noise, they're going to be getting those complaints. So special event permits are actually a good thing, and they also help with if someone else had another event, and say they were at the pier at Parque Del Mar. If someone just spontaneously wants to have another event, those are going to interfere with each other. So you would think that person would want to move to another place, because we've already leased out our park to another event. So that's why we have events. So I saw that the Mayor Pro Tem asked for number 1 as far as our consideration of alternatives. I'm thinking that maybe we should just don't talk about what the activity is, whether it's expressive or anything, but we should just go by whether it's the number, which I think is 50 or more. And just like, as the city attorney said, we don't ask, technically what it is for, but if you're going to have 50 people and it's going to affect a park or what anyone else is doing in our public, that they fill out a permit. I don't know why we would not want to do that. We're certainly not trying to stop it. So if it's just a small amount of residents that are getting together and it's less than 50, it doesn't apply. But if it's more than that, I think that that's a significant amount of people together that affect the public right-of-way. So I'd like to consider where we look at we don't care about, stating that something is expressive activity. We're not trying to stop it, but they are still filling out a permit so that our city is notified when that is happening. And we also will get correct information. If you remember, the event that was held down on the beach, we had intel, at least from the organizer, that it was going to be thousands of people. And I believe it was between 300 and 400. And it cost the city a lot of money. So I think that there has to be some semblance of order where we are notified, and those event organizers are better prepared with the information that they give our city. I think that's what happened on that. It was just, there was nothing that they had to do, just say, oh, I think it's going to be 4,000 or 5,000 people. And then look what it cost our city and our residents. We never had that happen before. So I think somebody pulling a permit for something like that would be more inclined to give the more accurate information so that we can plan. So Samantha, aren't we asked between 1 and 3? Aren't we asked to give which alternative we're going to put forth?
If you just treated expressive activity like all activities, then you would just not have that subsection C as an exemption, Councilmember. I'm sorry, I'm looking at that. It's not exactly clear, but you would just leave that section out if all activities were going to be subject to the same 50-person threshold.
Can you point to me which page you're on?
8A-42.
Oh, I'm definitely not on the right page.
Sorry to interject, Samantha and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just looking right
No,
now.
I appreciate that. So if the council was to consider that, we would have to state the removal of that.
Well, you would just adopt it without a subsection C.
Okay. So I'm just, I put this up for discussion for the council. I'm just not sure why we would list an activity or even care if we're wanting notice of what's going to happen and who the organizer is, a more formal way. So we have notice, public notice. That's what we've always tried to do in the past. So I'm not sure why we would try to leave that out. So I'm just asking for discussion, what anyone else thinks, if we need to worry about expressive activity or not call it out, and it's just an activity that someone's asking for.
I for one, ready to make a motion. I'm willing for it to stay as is.
As it is?
As is.
Okay. All right.
Okay, would you like to make the motion? Unless we have some comments from Councilmember Ham.
I'm ready for a motion.
All right, Councilmember Ham, thank you. Councilmember James, would you like to make your motion?
My motion is to 1, provide direction to staff on 1, special event permit exemptions, status for expressive activity, and 2, any other aspect of the updated revised special event permit and other code changes. Number 2, introduce ordinance number 1706 entitled An Ordinance of the City of the Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, moving San Clemente Municipal Code Chapter 8.72 relating to special event permits from Title 8 Health and Safety to Title 12 Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Places, and amending the same. 2, moving San Clemente Municipal Code Section 8.48.080 relating to amplified sound permits from Title 8 Health and Safety to Title 17 Zoning, and amending the same. 3, amending subsection 8.48.090 subparagraph C, paragraph C, subparagraph 4, repealing section 17.16.190, and 5, and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ward. City Clerk, could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, and I just want to clarify on that first action, the one about provide direction to staff. Is there any specific direction to staff?
Well, the way I understood the motion was that it would be adopted without, the direction was to not have a subsection C exemption in that section on 8A-42. Was that right, Gene?
Yes.
Okay, then I will replace that with the motion that was read to delete that subsection.
Great idea.
Okay, So, Councilmember Ham,
Aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
I'm a no.
Okay. That motion carries 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson dissenting. Okay, the next item is item 9A. That's the warrant register and payroll register.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any concerns with this item, or would someone like to make a motion on council? Anyone like to make a motion to adopt the warrant register?
I'll make a motion to adopt the warrant register as is. And the payroll,
Okay.
and the payroll register.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
James. I will
Thank
second
you.
that.
All right, very good. We have a motion by Councilmember James and a second by Councilwoman Ward. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
And that motion carries 4-0. Let's see, the next item is a report from the interim city manager concerning possible adoption of a resolution to reaffirm the city council's opposition to any toll road extension that cuts into the city of San Clemente. And we do have, I believe, one comment.
Okay, can we hear that comment, please, City Clerk?
Okay, this is from Melissa Phelps, and she writes, for those of you who do not know or maybe do not understand, on March 20th, the TCA joint meeting was where, if you watch back on the video at 1-17-42, Kathy Ward talks about how we should be sending letters of gratitude and then votes in favor of Route 22. Pay attention to the semantics. Route 22 is not a toll road. Kathy Ward and Gene James saying they knew nothing about Route 22 or the letter of gratitude that Laura had asked staff to send out is a big fat lie. You all really need to watch or rewatch that meeting and listen. Route 22 has been a dirty little secret for those not being transparent, and it seems that Eric's son failed to release this information about the Route 22 vote on March 20th for the public to see back in April 2020 when it was due, and it is still not publicly available. Why? How was San Clemente Times able to report on it, yet our city management cannot get it posted? And by the way, council members would have had to have voted on Route 22 alongside the other council member for Kathy to bring the vote in favor in that March 20th meeting and for a formal letter to be put on our city letterhead. Jean and Kathy, why did you both ask to rescind the letter? Did you really rescind the letter? Shame on you for Kathy and Jean for lying about this. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. And let's see, we have City Attorney and City Manager who wrote this report tonight, who would like to say a brief little overview on this resolution.
I'll start, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Eric Sund, Interim City Manager. For you tonight, you have a resolution as directed by the council to be brought back to the City Council as it relates to a resolution reaffirming the City Council's opposition to any toll road extension that cuts through the City of San Clemente. The resolution is attached for the staff and for the public to review. I do want to make one comment as it relates to a protocol, if you will. If you recall, the City Council adopted a resolution that indicated 2 council members could have staff agendize something to be brought back to the council to deliberate on as a whole body. When the City Council took this item up for discussion, we, the city, failed to ask for a vote. If you recall, there have been some instances where 2 members will say we'd like to have something brought back, and then a third would say, no, I'd like to also have staff devote some staff time to it. Let's take a vote so that we can give majority direction to the staff to do so. I appreciate Joanne pointing this out, the city clerk, to us, because again, I think the intent was the majority was behind this, but we didn't take a vote. And so I say this as a disclaimer for the future, that if 2 people indicate they want something to be brought back, it will be brought back. But if we have more council members giving direction, then staff time will be devoted to that item when it is brought back. I just wanted to make that clear on this particular one. But again, the resolution is attached.
Okay.
Straightforward resolution. I want to thank Scott, the city attorney, for his efforts on this. And at this point, we stand ready to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sund. I appreciate that. I just did want to note page 1 of the agenda report, just if you could clarify the continuing sentence, because it cut off on the next page. What that read for the public. It starts with the 3rd sentence. The 3 TCA supported projects are as follows, and then it doesn't continue to the next page. Could you just reread what that meant to say, just for clarification?
Moment, Mayor Pro Tem, at the agenda report. So,
right.
Are you referring to the 3 TCA supported projects are as follows? 1, collaborating with the County of Orange to extend Los Patronos Parkway untolled from its current terminus at Cal Camp. And yes, I see your point. 2 is cut off. Scott, do you have that?
Yeah, 2 was, that would say it's terminus at Cal Camp Road to La Pata. Number 2 in their action was widening I-5 from San Clemente to San Diego County, and then you go to 3.
Okay,
we'll
thank you.
Report with the clerk in the morning so that reflects correctly. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And just one more question. Was it 2016 or 2017? On page 2, the 4th sentence down, in contrast to their approach in 2016, it says 20167 TCA has refused to enter.
It was the end of 2016. Thank you.
2016. Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that. Okay, wonderful. Resolution looks really good. The last section 3, in terms of the providing adequate resources to attain these goals, we want to ensure that a toll road never cuts through San Clemente, and this resolution is great to reaffirm our support of that and our community's overwhelming support for that as well. But I just want to recommend that we have any kind of substantial resources that are going to be committed, like tonight with the 4 consultants for $350,000. That in this resolution it states that those expenditures would come to City Council, so we don't just write blank checks. And this just basically says provide adequate resources to attain these means. But what does that mean? In other words, can you confirm or at least make me reassured that that doesn't mean just a blank check to spend on consultants and other things, legal bills, etc.?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, the policies that are in place would not allow that. As I indicated before, I have signature authority for $25,000. If legal fees are going to be incurred, as we've done in the past, we bring an agenda report to the City Council for a designation of legal fees for the City Council to approve before we incur those costs. So all of those practices would continue seeking council approval before incurring charges.
Thank you. Would those include also the non-litigation BBK bills that we see oft on the warrant register as well? Because we don't always know what those are going to be in advance. We have the 90,000 cap for the litigation, but then there's the non-litigation. We see line items on the warrant register about those. So how do we control those?
Those are currently budgeted expenditures within your budget. If you wanted to seek council direction and support to do something different, I would ask that you entertain a motion with your colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, very good. City Council, do you have some questions of staff on this item, or City Attorney?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anyone on council like to make a motion for this resolution?
So I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, opposing any toll road extension that cuts through the city of San Clemente.
Okay,
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Ham,
Aye.
Councilmember James,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Aye.
And that motion carried 4-0.
Thank you very much, Joanne.
The next item is a report from the city attorney concerning process and grounds for possible censure of council members. And I do have a couple comments on this one.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear those comments, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, the first one is from Stephen Marshall, and he writes, first off, it's really too bad that the council has to come to this, as it should be expected that any elected official keep confidential matters just that. But that hasn't been the case. I enthusiastically support this measure. $3,000 to $5,000 is a small price to pay compared to the amount taxpayers will have to pay due to the legal exposure that one council member, Laura Ferguson, has caused by her unrestrained antics unbecoming to her position. As elected officials, we, your constituents, expect you to act in a professional manner and take the advice of your counsel when it comes to the confidentiality of legal matters, because I don't believe any of you are attorneys after all. Laura cannot seem to do this, as time after time she has put the city and taxpayers in precarious legal situations that otherwise could have been avoided had she not had those emotional outbursts. Please adopt this ordinance so that Ferguson or any other council member moving forward cannot abuse their position again. The next comment is actually, this is an anonymous comment. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and City Council members. I am absolutely appalled that this item has made its way onto this agenda and is a matter of discussion. We all know that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is the council member that this item is directed towards. You as City Council members have been elected to do the will of the people. As sworn elected officials, ethics and transparency should be what you stand for. This is something that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson has done from the day she was sworn in as a council member. Because of the complacency of interim city manager Eric Sun, city attorney Scott Smith, and city staff, matters of public information are being kept from the public. I would like to know why. What is it they are trying to hide? If it was not for Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson using her social media page, San Clemente citizens would be left in the dark on matters of importance. Censuring of a council member and how they choose to provide the citizens they serve with information is a violation of their First Amendment freedom of speech right. I ask that you keep that in mind and vote no.
Next comment is from Melissa Phelps. So we're looking to charge for free speech, So we are looking to charge for free speech assembly, and we're asking to censure a council member who has legally shared information. Where does this all end? How could anyone trust these contracted attorneys from BBK to act in favor of our city and not in favor of making money off of setting up San Clemente to be sued over and over again and lose over and over again? How about all city council members act with transparency and stop hiding taxpayer-funded nonsense? If you tell the trust, it is much easier and less expensive for everyone that is telling lies. And that's all for public comments.
Okay, thank you, Laura and Joanne, for reading the public comments tonight on that. I appreciate that. And on this item, I do believe it is about me. And I do want to ask the city manager, interim city manager, Mr. Sun, or the city attorney could also respond if you believe I've broken any laws. I don't recall having any lawsuits filed against the city because of anything I have done or said. I do know I have been selected by my fellow council members to helped substantially settle 2 very expensive lawsuits since I've been on council, but I don't know of any lawsuits directed towards me. And if my council members or city attorney or anyone at the city believe that I've broken any laws, well, I would expect them to file an action against me in a court of law and charge me, but that hasn't happened. So I, for one, will wear my censure, if that's the direction this council wishes to go, and it is me, with a badge of honor, because I will always choose transparency over secrecy, and I will always use my Facebook page. It allows me to communicate with the people, and I know my fellow members have complained about that from day one, but I'm not going to stop. And a censure doesn't take away my right to speak or attend council meetings or appear on any committees that I sit on. In particular, it does not levy any fine, suspension, or penalty against me. I would urge my fellow council members to not spend $3,000 to $5,000 on this, and if they still decide tonight to continue down this path, well, I suggest that the staff here at the city just look at other cities that have such a process in place and just use theirs. So we do that on many other things and save us, our taxpayers in the city, $5,000. And I think that also, if I must point out, in the agenda report, it says that there may be some kind of conflict if the city attorney does do this because of the council, right? And staff as well, for obvious reasons. But Christina Talley, a very good lawyer. In fact, I went to a 3.5-hour settlement meeting with her. She's excellent. But I did want to point out that she did work at BBK for 5 years, so I'm not sure that if you do want to pursue that, she's absolutely conflict of interest free by any means. But anyway, so those are really the bulk of my comments. I guess I just find this to be, very serious that the council wants to do this to me, but it just appears that this is just politically motivated and not being, if it is about me again, I'm being targeted just because I am so transparent and again, haven't broken any laws, at least to my knowledge. So Mr. Sund or Mr. Smith, would you like to share with the public if I've broken any laws?
So I don't think that's appropriate at this time. That's not good as agendized.
Yes, it is.
I am the council member that asked for this to come back, and so I would ask of Christina Talley, she's on this call, if what is the procedure that we need to do? I'm prepared to state my perceived allegations. I just want to know of any council discussion that we should have beforehand, or we should wait after.
Well, the appropriate process at this point would be if the council decides that they want to move forward with this, it would be to agendize it for a public meeting and to proceed with the notice of your intent to move forward and make that notice available so that you can set forth in the notice the council's grounds for censure and present those at a public meeting.
Okay, so the grounds would not be presented tonight. They would not be read?
That's correct. The appropriate way is to give notice of the grounds to give the council member an opportunity to respond to those. Give them advance notice. Due process would require them to have advance notice of those grounds so that they can adequately prepare to respond to them.
Okay, so I will propose to council, and I'll make this a motion, that we move forward with the hearing of a censure of Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson to occur on November 23rd, on Monday, a special meeting of the City Council, to provide Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson the due process she deserves and the opportunity to respond.
I have a question for Ms. Talley. So where I am confused on this is we're going to have a motion and a second and a vote on something that we haven't even discussed. How do we, how do we do that? I mean, I'm not challenging your process. I'm just trying to understand your process.
Well, you could, I mean, generally you would identify what the general grounds are, but you're not going to be debating that at this time because it hasn't been properly noticed for the actual, a discussion on the substance of a proposed censure. So what you can discuss is the proposed grounds for it, but not have a discussion on the merits of those grounds at this time, because you need to give proper notice and Councilmember Ferguson has an opportunity. So you can discuss generally what the grounds are, but you can't go into
Ms. Talley, you're unintelligible.
I am?
Yeah, you aren't now, but we couldn't understand that. It got garbled.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. I'm glad it was just my microphone. I was thinking I was... All right. Anyway, can you hear me better?
I think you might have another device. Like a phone?
I can comment. Can you hear me better?
I think if everybody else tries to mute it, it'll work okay.
Let's everyone but Ms. Talley go on mute.
Is this better? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. All right. So what I was saying is that you can discuss generally the grounds for the proposed censure, but you can't discuss the merits of it. You can't get into a discussion on the substance of it because it hasn't been properly noticed for that.
Okay, so thank you. I think that was a good question because I understood that I would have to read the ground tonight. So my question is the time that I would do that.
I'm sorry, you asked the question because we're having a time communicating.
Okay, so I have prepared grounds, and I just would like to know if this is the time to do that.
Yes. It would be part of the motion.
It would require
It would be part of the motion because you would move, you would identify it on the following ground. And then that's what the motion is.
Okay, so I think you need to mute so that I can talk because we're getting feedback. So I want to make sure that this is understood. So I will make a motion that the council, we would be adjourning this meeting at the end of this business meeting to Monday, November 23rd. At 6 o'clock to provide Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson the due process she deserves and the opportunity to respond on the following grounds that we would be meeting. Hold on, I'll make sure. My perceived allegations of Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson are lack of respect for City Council majority decisions and policy, lack of respect for City Manager form of government, lack of respect for any city manager during your term of office, and lack of effective working relationship as defined in best practices for a city manager form of government, lack of respect for city attorney and legal counsel provided to you, accusations of misconduct and insubordination against city employees when they would not do what you wanted that was in opposition to council direction and in violation of set policies for process in San Clemente Municipal Code. Unprofessional conduct, attacks, disparagement of city managers, city attorney, and human resources manager at the dais in emails, social media, and to the press that undermine the public trust in governance of the city of San Clemente. Unilateral actions by you that are beyond the authority of a council member or beyond council direction concerning personnel matters, recruitment, or rights of public employees. Violations of the Brown Act, disclosing confidential information of documents, including serial meeting conversations. Unilaterally ordering staff to agendize issues without council support in violation of policies for process in the San Clemente Municipal Code. Lack of cooperation and unilateral actions outside authority of a council member in affairs dealing with the city insurance carrier, California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and their administration of claims. Accusations against city council members that involve closed session meetings, taking advantage that other city council members would not break confidentiality to respond to your allegations. The most recent was Councilmember James, who was running for re-election and could not respond to your allegations that he yelled at you at the top of his lungs. You have accused council of the Brown Act violations, being rough on you in closed session and yelling at you. You have shared confidential information or documents after briefings where you have been advised the information is confidential, and you have unilaterally shared it, thereby waiving privilege for the council when you have no authority to do so. Conducting a social media page, Facebook page, where you share emails from staff and advise the public you are waiting on answers from the city manager and no one is responding to your emails. Publicly giving city manager 24 hours to respond to an allegation from you. You disparage city council decisions and urge members of the public to send emails to the city council, urging them to change their vote and agree with you. You have consistently eroded the public trust in city governance, and the public is calling for city managers and the city attorney to be fired because of the comments you have provided and the environment you have fostered on your social media page, which I believe is Laura Ferguson, city councilwoman. You incorrectly cast blame for the cost of legal actions of the city attorney when legal fees are the result of council actions. You also incorrectly cast blame on the city managers when in fact they are following the direction and the policies of the city council. These allegations are numerous, but I believe they will be supported by evidence of actions you have taken in the past 2 years while on council. So those are my grounds for censure, and I would ask that we go to the November 23rd meeting to hear that, but I also ask for an investigation. Investigator Christina Kelly for these allegations.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. By chance, did you consult with the city attorney and the interim city manager, Eric Send, regarding all of your grounds against me? Grounds of allegations against me?
Point of order.
Allegations alone.
Pardon?
These allegations are from me.
They're from you. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And I had a couple questions.
Point of order. Point of order. Excuse me. Miss Talley said, Miss Talley instructed us that we are not to discuss any of this. We could only read the charges. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I would say you're out of order here.
Okay, thank you.
We need to follow the guidance of Miss Talley on this matter.
Yes. So
Councilmember James, excuse me, don't interrupt me, please, Councilmember Ward. I have a question for the city's consultant, the attorney, Christina Talley. Okay, this was on process. We need a process in place first. We don't have one. That went away with the ethics policy that was canned back in early 2017. And secondly, I'd like to ask not city attorney, but our attorney, contract attorney, Christina Talley, to recuse herself from this because she did work at BBK for 5 years. So we want to look at no conflict of interest. Well, we have one here. So those are my comments on that.
So noted. So I have a motion on the floor.
I'm asking Attorney Talley if she could answer my 2 questions. Number 1, we don't have a process in place. Don't we need one before we continue? And number 2, maybe I'll ask it this way. Do you feel a need to recuse yourself for a conflict of interest, having worked with BBK for 5 years? I mean, it's no secret that I have suggested an RFP 3 times to replace our law firm. So that's a concern. I think it would be fair and
Well, I
impartial.
thought you were going to wear it with a badge of honor that you were censored. And now you're seeming kind of defensive.
Well, I will, but we're not there yet. I just want to make sure we're following the process, right? We have to follow the process in government. So is Ms. Talley there, or is she already gone from the call, from the Zoom meeting?
No, I'm here. I'm happy to respond to those questions. Number one, the process is what we're establishing right now. I think it was set forth in the staff report. The process is to, on motion, majority of vote of the council, set this matter for, agendize this matter for the next meeting or whatever meeting the council would like to agendize it. Put together a notice that sets forth with specificity the grounds for the proposed censure, so that Councilmember Ferguson has an opportunity to review those grounds, the specific grounds, and to prepare to respond to those grounds at the duly noticed meeting. So that's the process.
Okay.
With respect to my did you want me to address the issue of recusal, or I'm happy to do that if that's the council's desire.
Sure, please. I'd ask a question. That would be great. If you'd like to give your opinion, your legal opinion would be fine.
All right. Well, I don't believe there are grounds for my recusal. It's true that I work for Best and Krieger for a number of years. I haven't been there for now almost 2 years. I've had my own practice, and I have acted as independent counsel for the city of San Clemente in the past, where there have been conflicts or possible conflicts by Best and Krieger, and I don't see that there's a conflict. I don't think that there are any grounds for my recusal.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Talley. And one more question from me. Am I allowed to bring my own legal counsel to defend myself when I come to my hearing on November 23rd, 2020?
Council,
you have an opportunity.
Yeah,
November 23, 2020.
I'll be representing the council's hearing body, and Christina will be representing the members that support any motion. And yes, it would be appropriate to be able to have a lawyer come, but that person will be able to participate as any member of the public might, since the object of the notice would have exceptional stakes. I would suggest to the council that you afford the same opportunity that's provided applicants and landowners and real parties in interest in similar meetings that you hold. But to be clear, the formal rules of evidence and representation don't apply in administrative hearing by a legislative body.
Oh, thank you, City Attorney. Could you cite the law on that? Because I like to bring my own legal counsel.
Well, this is a meeting of the City Council, not a court proceeding, and so the law is that members of the public may participate as through normal means. You as council members can participate to your heart's content.
So you're saying I can't have legal representation?
You can, but it's not a court proceeding.
Then it is a proceeding. It's a censure of me by my fellow members.
A meeting of the city council.
It's a special meeting to censure me.
Meeting of the city council on November 23rd.
It's a public hearing where the real party of interest gets exceptional time to speak, but we can decide, and is this is set for hearing? If it is, how we'll order that, but it will be like any hearing before the city council.
Okay, just seems like we have a lot of unknowns and cart before the horse, but that's fine. All right, well, I'll follow up with you, City Attorney, on that, and I guess I'll verify the law on that. later. Do we have a motion for that, or did you already make that? Yes, you did, Councilmember Ward. It was quite lengthy. Sorry, I got lost in that. So do we have a second for Councilmember Ward?
I'll second that.
Okay, very good. Councilmember James seconded the motion by Councilmember Ward to pursue a special meeting on censuring Mayor Pro Tem Laura Ferguson. City Clerk, can you do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Ham?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that I've been on council for 8 years and we haven't talked about censoring anybody. And the fact that my fellow colleagues are willing to go down this path, of course I'm going to support them. So I'm an aye.
Councilmember James?
Solemn aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
And I am a no on this. And I guess I'll thank Councilmember Ham for the goodbye gift to me. City Clerk, would you like to move on to the next item?
Yes, the next item is item D. That's a report from the city attorney and interim city manager concerning possible adoption of a policy and procedure relating to city council access to confidential documents. And we do have, let me see, at least one comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear that comment, City Clerk.
This is from Stephen Marshall, and he writes, "It is too bad that this item has to come forward, as we would think that council members would understand the difference between information that can be shared with the public and information that is confidential and privileged. As a taxpayer, I like to know what my local government is doing with my tax dollars, but I still understand that certain things can't be released to the public, like ongoing litigation, employee stuff, or whatever it might be. The Brown Act does not guarantee the release of everything. There are exemptions, and maybe if Laura Ferguson actually read the Brown Act, she would understand that. And this item would not be before you tonight. This new procedure system seems as it will effectively break it down kindergarten style and make it clear as day to anyone privy to this information that the information is confidential and should be kept as such. Please pass this item to ensure the confidentiality of items that should remain confidential so as to protect our city from more frivolous litigation that taxpayers do not need or want to pay for." That's all I have, unless Deputy City Clerk has received something.
I've not received any additional comments.
Laura? Okay, very good. And I didn't get an answer from the interim city manager and the city attorney when I asked earlier. This commenter just mentioned frivolous lawsuits that I've created. Eric and Scott, could you tell me if I've created any lawsuits?
I wouldn't be able to have that communication with you publicly, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, do you think, okay, Mr. Sun, is there a lawsuit you can cite that I've caused?
I think
I'm not aware.
If there was a council desire to discuss litigation, I would request the council go back into closed session.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. All right, let's go ahead and address this item for confidential documents. Who put this one together? Scott Smith and Eric Sund. I did want to point out in the agenda report a few things. I did notice, and maybe this would be for the city attorney, in this that the confidential policy, it doesn't make any provision for the provisions of the Brown Act, which should be included in the oath. They're proposing that everyone agree to this in order to access all of the confidential top secret documents and information. But for instance, a local agency may not take any action authorized by subdivision. This should be included. Subdivision C, against a person not shall be deemed a violation of this section for doing, I copied this from the government code, any of the following. Number one, making a confidential inquiry or complaint to a district attorney or grand jury concerning a perceived violation of law. including disclosing facts to a district attorney or grand jury that are necessary to establish the illegality of an action taken by a legislative body of a local agency, or the potential illegality of an action that has been the subject of deliberation at a closed session, if that action were to be taken by a legislative body of a local agency. I think this is important to include in this before we go forward. And then also, number 2, expressing an opinion concerning the propriety or legality of actions taken by a legislative body of a local agency in closed session, including disclosure of the nature and extent of the illegal or potentially illegal action. And 3, disclosing information acquired by being present in a closed session under this chapter that is not confidential information. So I did want to point out that that section needs to be in there. It's Government Code Section 54963E. And further, I like to point out, and I know some of you follow my Facebook page. I know City Attorney and Councilmember James and do. I'm not sure about the others, but hold on just a moment. I took some notes here that I did place on the Facebook page. I found this to be a fascinating one because we already have established law. It's called the California Public Records Act, and we have the Ralph M. Brown Act. You know, it's state law that's already established and governs what we do. So this new system, I asked interim city manager Sun this the other day. I said, so just because you want to deem something secret, because you don't want the public to know, like the secret survey, the voter opinion poll, which wasn't confidential, privileged, and you just get to do that, and then you get to lock me out of it. Say, for instance, you don't want me to see it because you're afraid I might release it because it is a disclosable document, but you want to keep it secret. So you lock me out because I won't agree to your terms. So I'm just going to follow the California Public Records Act, the Ralph M. Brown Act, and I'm not going to agree to a policy here. Took a looking for my notes that I put on Facebook page, but I just can't make a council member sign an oath for me to do my job, you know. The law is the law, and I'm entitled to documents. Government Code Section 62527, I've used it a lot in my time on council because I have been denied documents. I've had to do public records requests, which is unheard of an elected official. The state law allows us to have documents in the administrative of our duties as a council member, and there's stuff to this very day that the city management won't give to me. And the city attorney is well aware of it. He's been copied on all my emails, and if he's not, I'm sure all my emails do go to him. So therefore, I will be getting the documents that I want to get when I need to get them in order to administer my duties and serve the public, and I will not have my service be thwarted by the city's inability to deliver to me the documents to provide the people transparency and let them know their business, because it's their right to know. And in the future, I won't be doing public records requests. I'll be suing whoever won't give me documents. Yes, I will. I will be saying that dreaded word, suing. But I will file an action in a court of law, and I will win. So anyway, those are my comments. I guess you know how I feel about this. Anybody else have any comments to make?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'm a little disappointed, Laura, that you chose to attack the city manager and the city attorney on an issue that the council members brought before the city and placed it on the agenda. The city attorney and the city manager all serve with the purview of the majority of city council, and when we give them a direction such as to bring back access to confidential documents on the agenda, they do that, and they file a report as such so we can read it and we can make a decision to adopt it. I will say that not all information is public. I'd like to cite something that Gene James did when he ran for election the first time. He started to speak about the inside of the Orange County Sheriff's Department's lockup, where they keep their guns, where they keep other critical information, and he was notified at the time. Actually, I think he recognized at the time that the severity and the secrecy of that type of information should not be given to the public. And so there is a time and place in which documents are confidential. That's just one example that I can cite this time. With that, I will be supporting a new policy that hopefully limits the dispersion of documents that are confidential for city staff, so we can go about city business. While it is within your right to do whatever you want, I think in order for the city to run efficiently, we do need to have rules set in place to do that. This is a good rule moving forward. And I don't think it'll stop anybody from getting any documents, but there will be a tracking mechanism in place, so it's very clear when documents do get leaked that should not be leaked, or it's questionable whether or not they should be leaked, then we'll know exactly where those documents came from in the future. So with that, I'll be supporting it, and I don't think this has anything to do with the city manager or the city attorney. This is a separate line item policy issue that the city council will be determining.
So I would agree on that. I feel like we have to go to a system because, just what we saw tonight, we have a council member that just does not agree that there's a deliberative process or any confidential documents and wants to release everything that she had her hands on. So I think the case has been made, but I am going to be supporting the new policy and the procedures in order to maintain confidentiality of our documents. I don't think any council member is not going to be able to get them. They just have to sign that they are confidential. And I think we need it, and I'm making that motion that we adopt this new policy for confidential documents.
Thank you. Before we get a second on that, since both you, Council Members Ward and Councilmember Ham, have directed your comments towards me, could you cite any situations, real life, that I have released documents and I've done so illegally?
It's inappropriate.
Can you do that?
It's inappropriate. No. Yes, it is. Mayor, it is. So I will call for the vote. Is there a motion, a second to my motion?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So Mayor, please take the vote.
I will take a vote, thank you, but you didn't answer my question, so it'll go unanswered. Same with Councilmember Ham. You can't cite specifics, so if you're going to accuse me of something, you're going to have to cite specifics, but you can't. And an action would already have been filed against me had I done anything wrong, and I know that, and you know that. So, all right, we have a motion by Councilmember Ward. Excuse me. Who is it?
Yes, the question. I'll gladly answer.
Yes, please.
I'll gladly answer the question you asked of me. So,
yes, please.
Much like the rest of this evening, Laura, you thought this entire evening was about you and your friends and your constituents. It's not. This policy is going to affect each and every council member from here forward. It's not a policy about Laura Ferguson and what she's doing. This is a policy for city council, and that's why I'm voting for it. The fact that you're turning this inward on yourself, I think is quite telling about who you are as a person. So, no, this isn't about you. This is about a new policy that we're going to adopt as a council that will ensure the confidentiality of documents moving forward.
Okay, could you answer my question now and cite a specific instance where I released a document illegally?
No, because I don't think this is about you, Laura. I think you want to blame it on the city manager or the city attorney, but this is the policy that every councilman will have to adhere to moving forward. I'm not citing any one individual. I'm saying this is a policy for us as a board to adhere to.
I'm calling for a vote.
We already have, let's see, a motion by Councilmember Ward and a second by Councilmember James, and I can call for a vote. City Clerk, would you do the vote, please? The roll call.
Councilmember Ham.
Aye.
Councilmember James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
No.
Motion carried 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson dissenting. The next item is a report from the, interim city manager concerning the cost.
Madam Clerk, I have a question.
Yes. Oh.
So I didn't see that in here. Is there a part of this that's new software that we have to get to adopt this policy? It says staff has identified commercially available software that would provide secure access to confidential documents. Is that not part of the motion that we just made, or are we just adopting? I thought it was part of adopting the policy.
I think that's a question for our interim city manager.
Councilmember Ward, I think it would probably be best if there was a want to also include the software that's identified in the agenda report to include that in your motion. So we would move forward with the policy and also implement the software.
Thank you very much. Is there a name to the software, or we don't need that at this time?
I think I would just refer to it as confidential software documents.
Okay.
And then we would.
So, thank you. I would amend my motion, Councilmember James, to include commercially available software that would provide secure access to confidential documents, granting access only to specific users. Further, the system can be configured to track individual user access, require users to accept a confidentiality agreement when accessing documents, and restrict the ability to share or print contents. The estimated cost of the system is $3,500 per year. That is an amendment to my motion.
Second that amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next item.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, it's Scott Smith. This item affects my source of income indirectly, so I'm going to recuse myself from the item.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you.
Do we need to vote on that amended motion that was just motion and seconded by Jean?
City Clerk, could you let us know?
Yes, could you re-vote on it to be sure everyone agrees with the amended motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
No.
And that motion carries 3-1 with Councilmember Ferguson dissenting.
Great, thank you, City Clerk. We can move on to the next item.
It has just come to my attention that an email was received timely for item 9C, which was censure. Would you like to hear that?
Yes, please, City Clerk.
Okay.
Before you proceed, Mayor Pro Tem, I think the interference is coming from your source.
Yeah, because I'm the one that's talking. Okay, I'll try.
That's not what I meant. Go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Okay, this email is from Martina McBurney Wheeler, and she writes, "Good evening, council and staff. If this public comment is read tonight, it means that a lame duck city council pressed forward with an attempt to censure a fellow council member. This is not very far removed from the actions of some past and current council members' attempts to censure and intimidate the public from participating in local government. In the end, the voice of the people prevailed and the city failed its citizens, although ironically BBK still collected a paycheck for legal services. The people will not hush on your command. We will not go quietly into the night. We will continue to fight and demand transparency from our government. We will continue to hold the city accountable for every dollar spent, especially the dollars wasted on secret surveys that barely even sampled 0.5% of the population, or baseless, unnecessary, and risky lawsuits. Thank you." Okay, so we're now on item E, and that's the contract award for audit of legal bills.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk. Interim City Manager, would you like to give a brief overview since we've all read this?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Eric Slund, Interim City Manager. This is being brought back based on council direction. And if you recall, previously council took action to designate Councilmember Ward and Councilmember Jean James to sit on a subcommittee to deliberate and evaluate proposals. At the time when we came to the council, we identified 3 firms that staff was recommending to participate in submitting proposals. Unfortunately, we could only obtain 2 proposals. Deloitte no longer has staff in that division to provide that service, so they could not submit a proposal at this time. I can tell you that the subcommittee met with both firms and deliberated with them, and tonight before you, before the council, there's a recommendation for the staff for the council to consider, and I'll defer to my council members that were on the subcommittee if they want to add anything to that discussion.
So I could add really quickly, the two, very qualified firms, we liked them both. Management Partners had a distinct advantage where they have done legal reviews before for the city of San Bernardino and the city of Huntington Beach. They also had a lot of clients that are like us, beach cities in Orange County. But they also had a special advisor that had 4 decades of municipal law experience. So that is why I think we've got a good contract. Again, this legal review council asked for this to come back so that we can be transparent to our residents and let them know the truth of the legal billings instead of what is cited on social media and comments made. We just want everyone to know exactly what we have paid and what we've gotten for it. So I think it's a good thing, and I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember James, do you have anything to add as part of the subcommittee before we discuss?
Absolutely, because it's not only looking at our past billings. I think an audit is an appropriate, particularly after a vendor, BB&K, has been with us for 5 years. It's only fair to the taxpayers and the city that we look at how they have performed. Additionally, we need to look at what the future holds. Do we need to do an RFP? Should we look at the possibility of having an in-house city attorney? I think this goes well beyond what an RFP would do, and it gives us a basis to start with if in fact an RFP would be an appropriate thing to do. And this process we're going to go through will give us the objective data that we need to make an informed decision. I'm going to support this wholeheartedly, and so I will be a yes vote when you call for a vote. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. Are these firms here tonight that were the final two? Are the firms here with us tonight to ask some questions?
They are not, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, who can I direct questions to?
Well, you can direct them to staff, and they can get back with you if we don't have any answers.
Okay. Well, first of all, I wrote down some questions here. Do you know why no legal fee auditors were interviewed?
No legal fee auditors? I don't understand the question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, bona fide legal fee auditors that just do this. Management Partners, I know they work for a lot of cities doing a lot of things, but just a legal fee auditor company. Why none of those were looked at? The experts that testify in court? And
when we brought the original staff report to the council could have at that time given us direction to look at those vendors, but they did not.
Oh, I would seem okay. So how did we arrive at just these two?
Staff did due diligence with looking at firms that had both municipal experience and experience dealing with legal audits. And so reaching out to my other cities and counterparts to get their input, and those 3 firms were what we got out of that.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're not going to get what we're looking for, because I've done some research and it varies, but typically an entity, a city, other entity would pay 3 to 8%, even as much as 8% to audit legal bills, and this is for $34,000, which seems pretty low. I just don't know if we're going to get what we're looking for, considering the industry standard, and how much of the bills are we going to be, auditing? Is it the whole close to $11 million in the last 5.5 years? Eric, do you know? Are we going to be looking at all of them, or just at a point in time?
I think it's the intent to give them all of the history to date with Best and Krieger to do that review, and I know that the subcommittee will continue to work with the consultant if the council approves this item to ensure the deliverables meet their objectives and then brought forward to the council thereafter.
Okay, so we're going to be transparent, as Councilmember Ward mentioned. We're going to give them the legal bills, actually give them the legal bills from BBK.
Well, yes, but we're going to have to go through some documentation from a confidentiality standpoint so that they can't share those bills, because those bills are not typically available to the public because they break down the hourly costs, etc.
If you think we can get a good analysis that way, not knowing the full picture of each of the legal bills, though?
I think that'll be part of the discussion and the methodology that they interview Best, and Krieger. They talk to the council members on the subcommittee, and they review the bills that we provide to them.
And okay, all right. I guess my questions were really directed towards the people that were trying to get this project. Is there a reason we didn't do an RFP for this, to really cast a wide net and get really the one with the most expertise?
Again, when we brought forward the agenda originally to initiate this process, if that was council's direction, they could have communicated that at that time.
Okay. All right. Well, I just don't think we're going to get what we're looking for. It just seems we're getting just more administrative services instead of the real legal fee audit that we really, I think, could benefit from. I guess with this firm, Management Partners, for the $34,000, do we know how many legal fee audits they've done in municipalities in California?
I stated in their proposal that they had done 2 prior that they told to our city, and that's why I picked them. And they had legal municipal experience of 4 decades, one of their advisors. Very municipal organizations.
2 legal fee audits they've done. Okay, I missed that. And how about with the say the overages that they discovered in doing this legal fee audit? Did the government agency get refunded that money?
I can't answer that. I don't know someone else's audit, another city's audit. I just know that they've done the audit. And it was successful, and the cities were very happy with them.
Oh, okay. All right.
I will second what Councilmember James said, that this will answer a lot of questions of whether we should change, whether we should go to an in-house counsel, or we should stay with the contract counsel. The city of Huntington Beach went to an in-house counsel, and then they had a lot of problems with governmental management, that they weren't reporting correctly because they weren't normal counsel for municipal cities, and they helped them get all of the software and reports in place so that they were compliant with the government code. So I think we're going to learn a lot more of what's the best deliverable for our city, and that's why we're hiring this. It's not just to audit the bottom line.
Okay.
Council directed for a study.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ward. It's quite a gap in terms of the difference in the 2 price tags for this legal fee audit with the 2 firms, Management Partners and then RSG. Were we getting a whole lot more for $114,000? Is there any specifics that you could share? And why they weren't, what we were getting so different? It must be different, right? If there's such a
I don't know if it must be different. One thought it would cost more. I don't know. We didn't.
Okay.
We're bringing 2 Management Partners. That was the decision of the subcommittee.
Okay. And how many were looked at? I know we arrived at 2 that you brought forth. Were there more than that? Just 2?
3.
Okay. 3? At Deloitte that fell out. Okay. And did staff tell you to look at those, or did you do your research and develop that list yourselves?
Our professional staff provided that to us as directed.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. I think I'm good on my questions. Any others? Have any questions of staff or our subcommittee who served on this legal fee audit committee? And do we have any public comments tonight on this item, Joanne?
No, we don't.
Nope. Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation, approve and authorize the mayor pro tem to execute contract C20-66 by and between the City of San Clemente and management partners, providing for legal audit services in the amount of $34,500. Number two, appropriate $34,500 in other professional services for the audit of legal bills to account 001-203-43690 000-00000.
Excuse me, but I did get an email from Stephen Knobloch to read a while ago. I asked him if he wanted it read, and he just responded and said that he did.
Okay, please read that, City Clerk.
Deliberations. He just didn't say that he wanted it read, so it's up to you.
It's fine. It's fine, City Clerk, please. Thank you very much for catching that.
I would make the comment that I think the council did that once we started a vote and we were in the process of a vote, that we would not take any public comment that came in at the last minute.
That's true. The only question was his email came in earlier.
Yes.
He said he didn't get back to you, so he didn't ask for it.
Okay.
Well, we're in the vote.
We haven't finished the vote, so City Clerk, I'd like you to read the comment as the chair of the meeting. It came in earlier, and he just responded. Can you please read it?
Because of the difference of opinion, maybe council should vote on that.
No, how about our city attorney? Is he here?
No, he recused himself because of the item that you were deliberating on.
Oh, that's right.
Mayor,
right, so we're going to deny our next council member's opportunity to comment, or we can put it in oral communications to City Clerk. Can't we?
Okay.
Procedurally, can't we do that?
I think that's a great idea, putting it. I think that's a great idea.
We get to hear it. All right, thank you, Councilmember Ham, for confirming my support for that. All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward, would you like to proceed?
Yes, I made a motion.
Perfect. And do we have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Ham. All right, City Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Okay. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem, or excuse me, Councilmember Ward? Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
No.
Okay, that motion carries 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson consenting.
All right, thank you. Getting through these agenda reports quick tonight. Okay, so we're all ready to oral communications part 2.
Okay, so I will read the email that came in from Stephen Knobloch. I would recommend this item be postponed for the new city council to consider, or in the alternative, reject the proposal. The audit will not assess the quality or appropriates or actual cost of legal services. Having personally been responsible for the placement and bill review of over $120 million in legal services nationwide for the largest title, insurance, and escrow company in the country, I have more than a passing knowledge of this issue. I would suggest that if the item is budgeted, that the name of the recipient of the proposed service be removed so that the council can consider firms with actual expertise in reviewing the appropriateness of legal services and the corresponding invoices. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to working with you all soon. Kind regards, Steve Knobloch, presumptive councilman-elect. And that's all I have.
Thank you for reading that comment, City Clerk. All right.
Okay, so moving on, under City Manager is an e-bike update.
Okay, Mr. Sund?
Clerk, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I know that we had a discussion about e-bikes and there was some want back, but I wanted to bring council and the public up to date to all the different elements as it relates to e-bikes. So e-bikes will be agendized at the next Beaches Park and Recreation Committee meeting that'll be held on December 8th. Thereafter, the Public Safety Committee will provide additional recommendations if needed. BPR representatives, commission representatives will present that information to the Public Safety Committee at a later date. Based on the discussion from these two groups, staff hope to have a full report to the City Council no later than the February 2nd, 2021 meeting. Residents interested in being included in the meeting notifications for e-bike decisions can email the Recreation General email box at recreation@san-clemente.org. So if there's any residents or members of the public that are interested, if they email that, they will get the appropriate information from BPR as it relates to that deliberation coming forward in December. I have one other, I'll say announcement, but I'm going to actually allow Jonathan Lightfoot to give a very, very brief economic development update for the council and the public. Jonathan?
Eric, before you go there.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, we do have one email on e-bikes before we go.
Okay, let's hear that, please, City Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, this is an anonymous with regard to e-bikes on pedestrian walkways. This
Real quick, Joanne, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes.
So in years past, we've had comments come in under city manager and council member comments, and we've made it, I don't want to call it a policy, but a past practice that we don't allow comments in this portion of the agenda. So you guys would be setting a precedent this evening if you did allow this comment to go forward.
I'd like to allow it to go forward.
I don't. We need an orderly fashion of our meetings. It is a business meeting, and this one's gone on quite a long time. The e-bike is going to be before the Parks and Rec. It's not even before the council, so this is a late comment, and I agree. We can't have public comments during this part. We've got to close out the meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward, but we're making a decision when we don't have a policy on this, and policy 1201-11, I should say. We don't have this in the policy to say that we can't accept a comment from a member of the public. Practice is one thing, but policy is another. I just can't believe we're arguing over one comment by somebody who came in. I mean, we really have to treasure people's comments.
So Laura, I'll tell you what. Sorry. I'll tell you what the problem with it. Yeah, the problem with it, Laura, is we had oral communications part 1 and oral communications part 2. And so there's an orderly fashion of the way meetings are run. And if you allow rules to be bent in certain places, then you have your rules to be bent in all places. And so my recommendation, being that I'm stepping off, is that you guys don't change past practice, which has been we don't allow comments at this time. I think we can make a decision as a council, as a majority, to say yes or no on that. And my vote would be no, because we haven't done it in the past. And we have, in fact, stopped other members of the public from commenting in this section because past practice has been not to allow comments in this section.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. I think we should vote because we're actually agreeing to do something that isn't even policy. Practice is one thing, but it's not policy. So let's take a vote. I make a motion to. Pardon?
If we were meeting.
Well, I was trying to make a motion, but do you have a comment, Councilmember James?
No. Go ahead and make your motion.
It's fine. I'd like to hear your comments. It's a lot of noise.
Well, the noise, I believe, is the source. I think the source is you, because when you go on mute, the noise goes away.
Well, I'm kind of running the meeting, so okay. All right, please.
So, my comment is, if we were meeting in person, we would not be taking this comment. So I'm going to be in favor of not taking the comment at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember James. So, City Clerk, do you need us to do a vote or a motion? What would you like us to do on this item?
This is not to read it.
Yeah, I think you need, Mayor, since you wanted it read, I think you should have a motion to reach a consensus by your colleague.
Okay.
Sorry to put you
All
through
right.
that. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you very much, City Attorney, for clarifying that. So I'd like to make a motion to hear the public comment that came in under the e-bikes that the interim city manager was updating us on. Do I have a second? Hearing none, my motion fails. Thank you.
we want to be sure, Mayor Pro Tem, that we ask the clerk to let that commenter know that their comment will be read in the next open forum when that occurs.
Okay, before we go on from the e-bikes, interim city manager Sund, I just want to make sure you got that kind of some historical stuff that a person named C.L. Snyder had sent. And I just sent you a snapshot. They just want to make sure we remembered a survey that was done on e-bikes on the trail. And I did send that to you today. But there's a little more information. I'll go ahead and make a copy for you. And then perhaps you can give that to the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commissioner, Samantha, to make sure that they have this information from the resident who provided to us. So I'll get that to you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Sun, back to you. Oops, I'm sorry. Is that you, Councilmember James?
It is. So for Mr. Sun, before you go to Jonathan Lightfoot, I had a conversation with Nick Burkuda, the chair of the Public Safety Committee, and he is suggesting that possibly there, rather than have the two committee, the commission and the committee go back and forth on e-bikes, he is recommending, and I got to tell you, I think it's a pretty good idea, a joint meeting between the two entities, and that would really expedite some clarification on e-bikes. I'd just like to know what you think about that.
I think, kind of taking the same approach that we, the City Council, did with Planning Commission as a joint study session on the in-lieu housing fees, I think we could take that same model and apply it to those two committees so that they could both be present for the information presented and go from there. So that's something that absolutely we could facilitate.
Would that require a motion and a vote, or can you just unilaterally do that?
I think, and I'm going to ask Scott, I think if that was the council direction, we would just facilitate a joint study session for the Beaches, Park, and Recreation Commission as well as the Public Safety Commission, and allow staff to present and allow the public to comment. And then thereafter, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, those two entities separately could deliberate on taking actions because they're not one body as a whole to take a vote on, but they could. Then the BPR Commission could deliberate at another council or another commission meeting, and the Public Safety Committee could also deliberate, and their recommendations from both commissions would come back to the City Council. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if there's staff direction, if there's council direction to do that, we can facilitate that just with staff council direction.
So I would ask Councilmember James if you envision that, Beach Rec, they do this all the time. They would be running the meeting, and the other board, the other committee would be there also.
That's correct.
Okay. So I just would think it needs to be clear that the Beaches, Parks, and Rec should be doing this because the other committee is fairly new, and Parks and Rec understands what we have to look at and what we have to do. So
I completely agree.
Okay. All right. No, that would be a good idea. And I would encourage staff, recreation staff, to reach out to the e-bike vendors and the bicycle people within our town to notify them, because I think they're going to provide a lot of information of how all these work. And we're going to really need that.
Understood. Are there any other questions with regards to e-bikes? If not, I'll Jonathan Lightfoot a few minutes to give a presentation on the city manager comments.
That's it for me.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and council members. Thanks for giving me a brief moment. I'm actually going to share my screen for a couple of quick updates that I think would just be beneficial to the public. So bear with me as I switch that over. As you are, I'm sure, aware, our county recently moved into the purple tier. We're actually ahead of schedule, unfortunately, in that scenario, we were forecasting the possibility by the end of the month, but that is in effect now. So I just wanted to direct any businesses and our council members. You can find all the information about what businesses and activities, what standards are in place from this website here, covid19.ca.gov. So if you enter our county, Orange, and enter any activity such as a restaurant, then you'll be able to find information on what the standards are currently. So I wanted to share that briefly. And then on to some more local news. I was able to do their 1-minute surveys with Flash Vote to get a pulse on some local business activity. And so we had about 75 respondents on this very quick survey. And I'm just highlighting one question here. What, if anything, would make you more likely to shop locally? And you can see from the top 3 options, more information about the range of local businesses, improved online presence for those local businesses, and finding out about any promotions they may have. Which is good news for us because we've already started an initiative in that direction. So this is on our website, and we're going to be preparing to launch this publicly within the next week. And so we're gathering the different local merchants. They can sign up with us online, and we'll drop in their information, their business name, and a direct link to be able to shop online with them, as well as provide a direct link to a gift card if they have that. So this is just one more option to highlight our local businesses and kind of come back to where we started with the Shop Small Saturday and the importance of our local businesses. And one final image to share. We partnered with the Downtown Business Association to put some of these bags together that will be available at our local merchants for that Shop Small Saturday. So just another incentive and reason to be visiting our businesses downtown. So that's all I have this evening. I just wanted to thank you again for your support of the business community.
So, Mr. Lightfoot, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
We got, under council comments tonight, we got a message from a restaurant owner, I believe it was Molly Bloom's, calling for all of the businesses in the city to band together. How can we get the word out to all of the businesses in town if they're not part of the DBA or they're not part of the Chamber of Commerce? Right now, they have to be part of those. Is that correct, to participate in these programs?
So actually, that's not correct completely. In the bag situation, this was an incentive that the DBA was putting together, and then I came in as a partner, just representing the city. But the webpage is something that's open to every business out there, and so I emailed the distribution list of the email that we had on file for all active business licenses to reach out. But I still would love to have anyone contact me, lightfootj@san-clemente.org, and I'd be happy to help get your information online because that is available to everyone at no charge. We're just trying to provide a single platform. I've also already connected, with the DBA and Chamber to have them help promote that platform, and I've made contact as well with some of the admins on SC Life, a popular Facebook group, and they will be helping to spread that word as well. Again, just so that I think our community as a whole has an interest in supporting our local businesses. So we'll try to communicate that as regularly as we can in the next couple of weeks.
I appreciate it. You said you sent it out to all our business licenses, so I think you've got everyone. But I will look for that email, and I probably will direct him to you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. Let's see.
Lightfoot as well. Hello?
Yes, please.
Jonathan, do we have, I know you're working on a grant and loan program for local businesses. Can you give us any update on that?
Sure. That meeting, if you don't mind bearing with me for just 1 second, I can confirm. I think that it's coming up on an agenda shortly. And I will confirm that for you. Okay, it looks like we are scheduled for the December 15th meeting that Community Development will be bringing back the proposal for the disbursement or the allocation of the next round of CDBG funds. And a portion of those funds, staff is recommending to go towards local businesses. And we'll talk through the details of that potential program at the December 15th meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay, next item on the agenda is City Attorney.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I don't have anything more to report tonight.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, and City Clerk?
Next item is the recognition of Chris Ham, outgoing council member.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. I will be reading this a wonderful certificate that the City Clerk put together. The City thanks Councilmember Ham for his service, 8 years of service. Whereas Chris Ham's ancestors, the Forrester family, have resided in San Clemente for generations, and whereas at a very young age, Chris Ham realized that San Clemente is a special place, and he committed himself to protecting the city's unique beach atmosphere for future generations. And whereas Chris Ham began his career as an official of the City of San Clemente in 2012, when the citizens of San Clemente elected him to the City Council, and whereas the people of San Clemente reaffirmed their confidence in Chris Ham when they re-elected him to the City Council in 2016, and whereas Chris Ham's colleagues on the City Council demonstrated their respect and esteem by selecting him to serve as mayor of the City of San Clemente in 2014 and to serve as mayor pro tem in 2013 and 2017. And whereas Chris Ham represented the city in many capacities, including the Coastal Animal Services Authority, Friends of the Reserve, Downtown Business Association, California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, U.S. Marine Corps Liaison, Payroll Merchants Association, and the Wall of Recognition Committee. And whereas Chris Ham's second term on the San Clemente City Council will come to a close on December 1, 2020. Now, therefore, I, Laura Ferguson, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend and thank Chris Ham for his long-term distinguished service for the people of San Clemente, and do furthermore extend to him best wishes as he embarks on the next chapter of his life. Congratulations, and Chris Ham, Councilmember Ham, and we have a couple of items that Councilmembers Ward and Councilmember James will also present to you, so I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Ward.
Councilmember Ward, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I have the honor of presenting to Councilmember Ham a print from Rick Delante. He is a wonderful painter in our city, and he has made a commitment that every single time a council member comes off City Council, he will thank them for their service and provide a print to them. And I think he has picked out a special one for Chris Ham, and I'm hoping that this will show up. It is a picture of the Southwest beaches looking at the T Street and the pier with Dana Point in the background. And so this is a beautiful print that Rick has done for you, and I will make sure that that gets delivered to you. I also want to thank you for your time on council. It's been an honor to serve with you for the last 6 years. I recognize that you have done 8 years on City Council, and you also did, I think, at least 2 years with the GPAC committee that on our general plan that planned all development for 20 years. And I think that plan took about 5 years for this city to process. You have always been a very ardent supporter of locals and what we want for our city, and I would like to stress that you are the youngest mayor ever elected to the City of San Clemente, and you also are the only council member that was born and raised in San Clemente. Not all of us had the opportunity to grow up here, but you did. And I think what you've done in the city as a council member should be greatly appreciated from all the residents. And it was a pleasure getting to know the city through the eyes of a resident of San Clemente that so well knew our city. I think it's an honor for all of us to be on council. There's many years of people that have supported San Clemente and tried to guide it through the years of what Ole Hansen wanted for this city. And that was a place to live that's better than any other place in the world. And I think we have it. And I think that you will always hold the distinction of being a former mayor and ushering in a new I can't think of the word, I'm sorry, ushering in a new time for the city where the residents stood up for their city and said, this is how we want it to be developed, and we need to think of San Clemente first. And we also recognize that tourists are important, but they are not the only reason, and they aren't the be-all of what we do for the city of San Clemente. And I just would like to thank you and say that I'm going to miss you being on council. You have been a very dynamic personality on our city council, and always remembers the votes and what we've done in the past. And I am going to miss you on city council. And I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. And Councilmember James has another presentation for you, Councilmember Ham. So we can turn it over to him. Councilmember James?
So I don't have it in front of me because I only learned about 5 minutes before we started the meeting. I was going to present it to you, Chris, but it is an engraved brick. I promise I'll hand deliver it to you. I won't throw it through your window or through your car window. I will come to your door. I will ring your doorbell and present it properly. You know, Chris and I don't always agree, but we do enjoy jabbing each other a little bit from time to time. But I want to talk about my first meeting with Chris as a council member. We met at City Hall, and he brought his young son with him, and his young son's every bit as energetic as Chris is. And the one thing he said to me that will always stick with me was everything we do as a council is about the children that we have that are growing up in San Clemente. And Chris said, I want my son to have the same experience I had as a kid growing up in San Clemente, and I'll protect San Clemente. And Chris, although you and I don't always agree, I think we always agree on the fact that we have to protect San Clemente. It's been a pleasure serving with you for a year, although I think it's been 9 months doing Zoom meetings. But I will consider you a friend and thank you for everything you've done for the city. And I'll get that brick to your house.
Gene, thank you for the kind words and the gifts. I appreciate it from everybody. Gene, I will say, from your first time coming to council and thanking me and the rest of the council for our actions on sober living homes till now has been a very tumultuous relationship. And fortunately, I can't tarnish your re-election at this point, so I'll just come out and say it. I think you've come around on a lot of issues. You've been supportive of what I think my vision for San Clemente is, and I appreciate that. I just want to make one quick comment about Rick Delaney. I had Rick as an art teacher at San Clemente High School, and I think I told Eric's son this afternoon that he gave me a C or D in art, which the more I think about it, I think it just wasn't an A. And I was really pushing for that A in art, which was elusive to me and I could not get. And to me, it was hilarious because a big part of growing up in San Clemente, a lot of people had Rick Delaney as an art teacher. He was there for probably close to 30 years. And when he presented the first picture to whoever was stepping off city council, I introduced myself again, and obviously he didn't remember a student that didn't get an A in his class. But nonetheless, that painting looked absolutely gorgeous. Rick, I'm very excited. That angle is the angle I look at every day when we go down to Leslie Park and watch the sunset. It's the same angle I looked at when I married my wife at Leslie Park. So it means a lot to me. I'm glad that's the one he chose. The engraved brick, thank you for whoever did that as well. I'm sure that'll be just as awesome. Hopefully I can find somewhere in San Clemente to cement that thing in. Gene, you're absolutely right. Everything I did for city council, I did with the mindset that I want the next generation, the next 90 years worth of residents to have the same or similar experience that I had growing up in San Clemente. Being raised in San Clemente by a single mother, most people would say my opportunities were bleak. But because this community came around and they gathered around me and they supported me, I was given a lot of opportunities that I think most other people in other communities weren't given. Because of that, I felt a tremendous debt of gratitude to this community, and I wanted to give back. And I knew that I always wanted to be the mayor of the city of San Clemente, and fortunately I had that opportunity. So with that, I'd like to thank the residents. I want to say a big thank you to the residents for supporting term limits this year. I want to support the council for supporting me and putting that on the ballot. I've been trying to push for that from day one of my election, and this is the first council that supported that, so thank you. Thank you to the residents for supporting that with 70% support. When I got elected the second time I ran, Gene, just like you, took me 2 times as well, I beat out Jim Dahl, who was a 16-year incumbent. I didn't see eye to eye with a lot of the decisions Jim was making at the time or the direction he was taking our community. And it's very tough for people to get involved when they see a big mountain that they have to climb in terms of an incumbent that's been around for 16 plus years. It's almost as if it's automatic that they own that seat. And I think term limits will go a long way to help ensure that we have fresh faces, new ideas on city council, and it doesn't discourage anybody from stepping up to that position. I'd like to thank the city staff for all their hard work. I said it in an article a few months back that everything that good happens in this community happens because of staff. And I recognize the residents do a great part in terms of volunteering, putting up their dollars, but every single volunteer opportunity we have in this town, there's a staff member that showed up early or stayed late to set up or take down. And because of that, we have a great community. I'd like to thank my family that supported me through this entire process. My wife has had many, many long nights. My son now, perfect example this evening. I didn't get to spend this evening with him because I was sitting here at this council meeting. It's unfortunate that I wasn't able to go live digitally with you this evening. I have a city iPad and a city laptop, both of which I could not get to function this evening. I'm not technologically savvy, even though Kathy mentioned I was the youngest mayor and probably the least technologically savvy person on council. A side note to that is when I got elected, Lori Donchek was very excited about a new young face getting on council and how we're going to transition from paper. You can see sitting in front of all of us right now, we have 3-inch binders with hundreds of sheets of paper in front of us to go through. And while I tried the iPad, it's just not conducive for a live meeting where you're flipping back and forth. It's been a tremendous experience. I can share with each and every one of you some really neat things that I've had the opportunity to do during my 8 years on council, and I just want to wish everybody the best of luck. I hope that our residents, that our city council stays engaged, that we continue to fight the toll road, that, Gene, you carry the torch for me and continue to fight to bring a hospital back to the city of San Clemente. I told you this, Gene, I probably told it to everybody who's listened, but my grandfather was born in a hospital in San Clemente in 1930. The fact that they saw a need for a hospital then, and here we are in 2020 and we don't have one, is very alarming to me. I hope that all of you continue to vote to continue to protect single-family residential neighborhoods, not just ones in HOAs, but also ones within the city of San Clemente, in downtown San Clemente, I should say. And one last thing that I didn't get to comment on earlier was the Shores is very riled up about losing their beach, and as concerned as I am about them losing their beach, I'm just as concerned about the sand we've lost at North Beach, and I'm hopeful that having arguably the wealthiest community in San Clemente and probably one of the wealthiest communities in Orange County, now behind our efforts to bring sand back to the city of San Clemente, we can move that gauge and get some sand back for all San Clemente residents. And with that, thank you guys. It's been a long ride, and I'll be seeing you guys down on the beach, hopefully on my e-bike on the beach trail, and you guys don't regulate those. But I've said enough. Thank you, everybody, and I wish everybody the best of luck.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Best of luck to you, too. All right, City Clerk?
Okay. Are there any other council member items?
Council member comments?
Yes.
I have a couple, and I think I'll get a second here from Councilmember Ham. One of the things I would like to reach out to staff for to come back and brief the new council, probably if not on the 1st of December, maybe on the 15th of December, and certainly not any later than the beginning of January, is the issue of sand replenishment. I think we all need a lesson on where we stand with sand replenishment right now. I know we have the Corps of Engineer grant for $500,000, but that's only a design and conceptual phase of sand replenishment. I know there's an $11 million price tag to it, of which the city would be on the hook for $4 million of it, but we could get grants from the state and probably net out for the city probably $600,000, $700,000 it would cost us. So I think we need to get on that sooner rather than later. I think we need to bring the new council up to speed, and even the existing council members up to speed on what it's going to cost and what are the ramifications. So with that, I would make a motion that staff comes back and briefs council on the 15th of December in regards to sand replenishment.
So I'll second that, Gene. And sand replenishment's been a long battle. Tom Vonnegut is our staff member that's been involved with that, and he probably has some great information, some updates. I'm sure it's not number one on the federal government's list of things to expend money on during COVID, but hopefully we can make some ground, make some positive movement on that.
Thank you. Do we need a vote on that, or can we?
You're directing staff to come back, so we do need a vote on that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember James and a second by Councilmember Ham. So, City Clerk, can you do roll call, please?
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson?
Aye.
And that carries 4-0.
Okay, the second thing I have is parking around Maxburg Park. It's becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I actually had a discussion with Tom Vonnegut today in regards to it. I would like to make a motion that staff looks at the issue of particularly RV park overnight parking, and come up with a neighborhood decal, if you will, or pass for overnight parking, or any other solutions that will alleviate this problem of RVs parking around Maxburg Park.
Gene, can I step in here real quick on comments?
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
want to get too far.
Yeah.
The issue we've had in the past with this, pre-COVID and now in COVID, is getting enforcement from the sheriff, getting them to actually enforce the rules that we currently have on the books, because we have robust enough rules to handle RVs, camping, parking overnight. It's just getting them to enforce them and how they physically enforce removing an RV and getting them out of that location. Does that make sense? So it may be best just to sit down with the sheriff's department and talk to them and see if a new resolution or a modification of our current rules, what would best suit their needs, and as opposed to us trying to draft it ourselves.
Mr. Sun, I think you'll have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so to Councilmember Ham's point, yes, we and I want to say the county collectively, with regards to towing motorhomes, there are some issues from a homeless perspective, because many of those individuals, if they lose that vehicle in terms of it being towed and impound, they are homeless. And so there's a little bit of that prevents kind of enforcing it all the way through. With our recent park rangers now having the authority to issue parking citations in public parking lots, we have additional resources to assist with the enforcement, but I also want to be sensitive is that we have limited resources in the park ranger program as well. But staff can easily look at the feasibility of a parking program there and potentially pursuant to council direction, looking at dedicating some of our park ranger staff to, I'll say, saturating the area to kind of communicate those rules and try to change some of the behaviors. But Councilmember Ham's points are well taken, and I know the sheriff is doing their due diligence in terms of writing citations when resources are available, but we've started to get an increase in public complaints about this area and the issue that these individuals are bringing into the residential community surrounding Maxburg Park. And so again, to Councilmember Ham's point, we can definitely sit down with OCSD, but I also understand Councilmember James is looking for other options to help deliver the message and mitigate the issue.
So I think that when in the past the city has initiated a neighborhood parking program, I think it has to come from the residents, does it not? Where they have to sign a petition or some kind that that's what they want to do. So.
That'll be, yes, you're absolutely correct, Councilmember Ward, and that'll be something in our report back to the council. We would communicate the process, and if there was any residents that wanted to step up. And
oh boy, okay. Thank you, City Manager, Interim City Manager Sund. I think we're getting a little bit in the weeds with the discussion because this isn't agendized. So, does Councilmember James, did you want to just place us on the next agenda? Sign the staff? What are we doing?
That's what I'm looking to do.
Okay, perfect. Are we understood? Everything's good, Interim City Manager?
You're on.
No, I'm on. I don't hear him. It's fine. I think we're all good.
Mute.
Okay.
we would need one other council member to concur with Councilmember James's want for us to bring it back.
Perfect. Do we have one?
I would concur, but I do want, you know, the discussion to happen with the sheriff's office.
Understood.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, Councilmember James, is that all your issues?
I have one other one.
All right.
I think it's time that the city looks at some sort of honor, some sort of memorial, some sort of recognition of our late mayor, Steve Swartz. And I would make a motion that Beaches Park and Rec director come back to us with a recommendation on what an appropriate, whether naming a park, naming a trail, a mural, or something, but working in conjunction with Steve's wife and Nikki, and coming up with a recommendation of some appropriate way that we can honor Mayor Swartz. And so that's my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I just wanted to point out, Councilmember, I know it was prior to you being on council, but we won an award for the WaterWise contest, I believe it was, and Councilmember Ham actually suggested at the time that we name the Pocket Park, because we want a pocket park, basically. We could have it, and in honor of the late Mayor Swartz, and we did do that. So are you looking for maybe something beyond that, in addition?
Have we actually done that?
Interim City Manager, could you let us know if that's been completed yet?
I'd have to double check. I wasn't aware that if it landed completely, but I'd have to go back and double check with staff, so I'd have to get back.
I just drove by today. They initiated clearing of it within the last week, so the project's underway now.
Very good. Thanks, Councilmember Ham. But still, with all due respect, Councilmember James, is there another type of recognition you'd like to suggest we do?
If we're naming the Pocket Park, no. But I think we need to clarify that I spoke with Samantha Wiley today, and I don't think she's aware we're doing that.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure she is, but thank you for your very kind gesture. That's very nice. Okay. Any more comments, Councilmember James?
That's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I have an adjournment if there's no more comments.
Oh, how about the resolution?
I have to make one request of council, and that request is that we add lights to the north side of the pier for nighttime surfing. So if I could get a second for that, that'd be great. Maybe we can recycle some lights that we get when we take down lights at the sports park.
So
right.
I think you should direct that to staff in an email.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to get a second for that one, huh?
Yeah, we have to study that. Right? Chris, that's never been...
Let's hear your
well,
yeah.
I'll second your motion, or second your suggestion.
Whoa, there you go. Yeah.
So they like that.
There you go. It's going on a future agenda. I got two.
Yeah, there you go.
So I will join that and ask for a staff report in the future that details that possibility, but
you better get on this, Gene. It better be 4-0. Come on, buddy.
I'm there with you. I'm good.
There you go. There you go, Eric. Make it happen.
Okay.
So Mayor Ferguson, do you have anything more?
Yeah, maybe on the south side, some lights too.
Okay, perfect.
Not surprised.
All right, yes.
That we get something on the way out. So I have a motion for.
Kathy, are you going to adjourn? Can you just tell me what you're going to adjourn in place of? Because there's a comment I want to make in honor of the adjournment as well.
Okay, so I am adjourning this council meeting to Monday, November 23rd at 6 p.m., where we will have a hearing of the City Council for censure.
Okay, you didn't want to make it in honor of anybody, anything special? No?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to make a real quick comment and just remind everybody of the sacrifice that firefighter P. Lee and Dylan Van Iwerden made for the residents of Orange County a few weeks back in the Irvine fire. They both sustained severe burns, and they're both still in critical condition in the hospital, and I just want everybody to keep them in their prayers and thoughts.
Okay, so we'll adjourn with best wishes to them and their family, and our thanks for their service.
I'll second that motion. Okay, so we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's vote. I'm sorry, we have to vote on that. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye. Hi, Beth.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is an aye. And we'll see you on November 23rd. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks to all for tuning in.